evening. It is Saturday. It has just gone 8 o'clock. Well, it's about 10 past 8 now. But it's time for some Doctor Who. And tonight we are doing the Time Monster. And joining me to do the Time Monster is Chris. Say hello, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
Yeah, it's been a mad couple of weeks. And we haven't been able to do Doctor Who for a bit. But we're back again doing the Time Monster. This is a high-end concept science fiction story, and I know this isn't everybody's cup of tea, but for me, I think this is what's absent from Doctor Who today. Um, I think that it's a story that goes in multiple directions, and it doesn't stay in one place and it doesn't stay in one time, and the end result is I quite like the end result to this. What do you know of the Time Monster, Chris?
I know it's one of the last Roger Delgado stories. I'm not sure that I've seen it before. I'm fairly certain is there some sort of like a toy TARDIS in it at some point? Something rings a bell along those lines.
There's I mean there's a lot of interesting stuff happens in it. It's I don't want to give too much away if you really don't know that much about it. I'll say this: you get some interesting cast members in this. You know, we get at some point Dave Prose makes a show in, which is a nice little thing to have considering the year we've had. In that we've actually lost Dave Prose this year. We get some great actors in this. We got Wanda Moore, Ian Collier, Terry Walsh. These are all all extras and small bit part actors that ended up becoming, as you know, what tends to happen, Chris, is that somebody will show up in Doctor Who for a small little part, and then 10 years later you'll be going, oh my god, that's Tim Pickett-Smith.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you get some people in this that are just in it for these quick little stories. We get Ingrid Pitt in this as well, which is a very nice, lovely, and she is lovely. Just what a fantastic actress. And one who, let's be honest here. There's no way of putting this. She's somebody who exploited her sexuality to get what she wanted, and damn did she get it. Yeah. Oh, I tell you what else we've got in this one as well, because it is the Time Monster. We get the crap TARDIS.
Yeah, we do. That's one thing I did note. This is the redesigned TARDIS in it that lasted about, was it all of one episode when it got broken?
Yeah. I mean, we got people like Susan Pelhaligon in this as well. Lovely actress as well.
I'll tell you who else we've got. Luke Oza has joined us in the chat. Hello, mate.
Luke Oza. But yeah, no, we got Dave Prose as the Minotaur in this as well, showing off his actual scale. I don't think this episode does him justice though, because I think that the cameras they kind of lifted the cameras up to kind of be shoulder height with him, whereas if they just filmed him normally, you would have been like, man, that's a big dude. That is a big dude. I mean, this is a guy. I remember the first time I ever met Dave Prose, and I might have told this story before, but the first time I ever met him was at a convention in Cardiff, and it was in the Cardiff Arena, and I was in the foyer, and I remember seeing him come through the door, and he had this tiny little case with him, and he had to sort of bend down to sort of drag the case with him. And I'm thinking to myself, why the bloody hell didn't that guy buy a bigger case? And then he walked up to the counter to the reception, so because he wanted to know where you could get set up. And as he approached the reception desk, he realised it wasn't a small case at all. It was a full-size case. He was just bloody huge. It was just because it looked like he had a half-size case, but it wasn't. It was a proper full. It came up to my waist. It's just that he had to bend down because he was so bloody massive. But he was a lovely guy, absolutely lovely guy. I had all the time in the world to talk. He was just a fantastic bloke. I know that there were some disagreements between him and George Lucas over the whole Star Wars thing, but who cares about Star Wars? He was in Doctor Who first, but yeah, no, he would chat to the fans about whatever they wanted to talk about. Just a brilliant bloke. I don't know if you've got anything yet that you want to say, Chris.
What about David Prowse? I've never met him, but yeah, he was huge. I mean, obviously, I remember him as a kid being the Green Cross Code Man.
No, see, again, that's another thing as well. That I mean, people talk about Star Wars and stuff like that. This guy actually made a concerted, genuine effort to actually save people's lives. That's something that you can't overlook. I mean, how many people are alive today because of him? That's brilliant. That's just.
I don't know what they do these days, but I don't think there would. I don't think there's a single child of our generation that doesn't remember Stop, Look, Listen. I mean, it's one of them things.
Every time you cross the road, always use the Green Cross code. I mean,
Stop, look, and listen.
I mean, it's incredible. A lot of people have a legacy. A lot of actors have a good legacy. For the. I mean, he wasn't acting in a great deal of many things. Clockwork Orange, I think. Star Wars. He done a couple of things with. Comedy stuff. With Morecambe and Wise and things like that. But he was usually, he was just treated as the big man. The big man actor. In much the same way that what's his name, Pat Roach was treated. Used in very similar thing. But yeah, I mean, I think his legacy extends far beyond just what a lot of people would know him for is Star Wars, and it's a shame, but there we are. It's sad that he's passed away now. And again, I don't have nothing to do really with Doctor Who. If we're going to make a Doctor Who small Doctor Who tie-in, but obviously as well, this week we lost Richard Donner. As you can, it's there hanging there.
Yeah.
But the small Doctor Who tie-in, of course, is that he directed Patrick Troughton in The Omen. Bit of a bummer. That was a hard hit for me this week. That was one whereby I got the message and it was just like, no. We lost somebody special there. But yeah, so it just sucks. But that's why I'm glad to be here tonight to be doing the Time Monster, because I think we can have a bit of fun with this one. I think it's not such a serious, hard hitting sci-fi. There's no sort of there's a bit of peril involved, and there's your typical sort of bad guy stuff going on with the master, and things backfiring for him and so on. But I think this one's a fun one, more than anything else I can say. It's a good few episodes, but I think we'll get through it and you'll enjoy it.
I dare say you're right. I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be no preachy, don't use plastic finger pointing going on, so it's always a good start.
Again, this one deals with a little bit of mythology. It deals with again, it's high-end concept. It's funny enough, I was thinking about this the other day actually, as to because obviously we got the new trailers for things like He-Man. We got the new trailers for Masters of the Universe Revelation. I can't call it He-Man because He-Man's not in it.
He's in it for the first 10 minutes.
Well, I don't mind it. I don't mind the fact that they're doing that. Because they have called it Masters of the Universe, not He-Man. They haven't called it The other one was He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. This was Masters of the Universe Revelation. I don't mind that if you're gonna tell stories about the other Masters. That doesn't bother me. It does bother me when they change the nature of the Masters. That bothers me.
It bothers me when they give you the trailer you really want to see and then get told afterwards, yeah, but that's not the program.
Yeah, that's just duplicitous, isn't it? I mean, that's like, I mean, at least they haven't given you the story. They've just released the second trailer, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
I haven't looked at the second trailer yet.
The second trailer does actually go a little bit more into what you're likely to get. There are things about the second trailer that I do like. I will say that. Because what they have seemed to have done is gone back towards the original comic book canon before the Filmation cartoon, and they're introducing elements of that into it, like the sword being divided into two and things like that. So there are things there that I absolutely look at and go, oh, okay, this actually is a little intriguing. The whole thing with Teela though, I never.
They've got boxes to tick, mate. You know it.
The thing is, I never saw Teela and He-Man as having an actual relationship, because she always seemed a bit more of a big sistery type to me. To Adam, like, I never saw her as a love interest. Like, she was supposed to be a couple of years older than him, and that's just weird, because they were raised together. So when they go like, oh, Teela and He-Man are gonna have a relationship, it was like, I didn't see it myself. Especially when we had a character like Froster, who was literally throwing herself at He-Man, like literally. Like, if you go back and watch the original episodes with Froster, you'll see she's just like stuck all over him. And to me, it always made more sense that he would be with her than Teela. So the fact that they're doing this weird thing, I don't know. Is the animated version with Mark Hamill as Skeletor? Yes, it is. Yeah. I don't mind the design of Skeletor in it. It actually looks pretty cool. I like the design of He-Man in it. Not sure on the design of Castle Grayskull. They keep cocking that up. I don't understand how you can cock up Grayskull. It's a skull with a spine that's built into a castle.
The problem I've got with it, before we get off the subject, right, is why are they drawing all the women and all the girls in the show like She-Hulks? Where in the original series, I mean, Evelyn, as evil as she was very, very feminine. And you look at her in the trailer, and it's like all of a sudden I've got muscles on my muscles.
As well, right? I mean, this is a problem. This is a huge problem, because to me, Evelyn was a very powerful sorceress. She was a witch. Yeah. She was a powerful witch. She was feminine, but you wouldn't mess with her. I nearly swore then. But you.
I know.
But you wouldn't mess with her. You wouldn't mess with her. And it was the same with Teela as well. She was a very feminine young woman, but she could handle herself. She could kick the crap out of a beast, man, no problem. It was she could hold her own, and there seems to be a problem these days with, they say, they've got to show strong female characters. If you're going to show strong female characters, then why are you making them all manly? What's that? Is that just me, or is that like a?
No, it's not just you.
like if you're gonna show a strong female character, why are you making her look more like a man? What's that about? Why can't strong female characters be feminine? What's so wrong with femininity? For that matter, what's wrong with masculinity? There's nothing. I think that they're heading down a course that they can't, they have no end game for. Like I said, if they do Masters of the Universe, and it's a story that focuses on a later story with the Masters, and it actually spends more time with each of the Masters instead of just He-Man, I have no problem with that, because they have said, it's Masters of the Universe. That's fine. You know, because the obvious problem with having He-Man in the story is that it's like bringing Superman in. You know, if you're gonna do a Justice League, the second, even if you saw the Snyder Justice League movie, the second you bring in Superman, it's game over because it's Superman, and it's the same thing with Masters of the Universe. If you're gonna do Masters of the Universe, the second you bring in He-Man, it's game over because he's the Superman of that universe. So you can't do like I said, you can't do a Justice League and focus on Superman all the time. Well, you can't do Masters of the Universe and focus on He-Man all the time. The problem I've got there, though, is the fact that when they done the original Filmation He-Man, was that they were able to kick out 65 episodes in a year. Which meant that they could tell other stories about other masters. I mean, yeah. I know there was a lot of time when they did. It was very kid heavy, obviously, and it was very sort of. And in today's story, we learnt the lesson of. But I mean, this is more of a serialized version of He-Man, and I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, and we have to watch it and see what we think of it. Are you looking forward to it though?
Trepidation is key here because I really enjoyed the 2002 series that obviously I only watched because my kids were at the age to watch it, so I had to sit with them to make sure it was suitable.
Yeah.
And that was done really well. It was well animated and it fit. It ignored the awful second series that come out at the end of the 80s. The New Adventures one. And that was great, and everyone in that was as they should be. But if they're going to change it all, they need to change it all, but not ruin it.
I know they have made some changes that have annoyed a few people. For example, they've made King Grayskull now black, instead of a white person, because apparently they said that they didn't want blonde-headed white muscle men to dominate the cartoon. Right? You've got other black characters that you can introduce. That are in the show inherently. So I don't see that as. I mean, you've got blue characters. I don't understand this need for diversity, but you've got characters that aren't even. You've literally got characters that are literally blue, and orange, and green. I mean, is Merman a black person? No, he's green. I mean, what are we supposed to do with this? I don't understand.
I don't know.
I don't understand. Where's the thinking?
I mean, unless the person, as far as I'm concerned, whenever they sex race any change of a character, unless it's been done by the original people, like they've either made or they're making a Superman of colour. Well, Kal-El was never a dark-skinned person. Surely you could have had another Kryptonian. Unless Joel Schuster himself, which I believe is probably be difficult because he's no longer with us, says, yeah, that's fine. That's my creation. You can do that. Things should be left alone unless the original creators do it. And that's just my opinion on it.
There's always the Elseworld story. I mean, the Elseworld stuff is where you do have the opportunity to go down that route, and I don't mind that. I have no problem. I actually, because a couple of weeks ago I had my son over and we were talking about talking about Elseworld stuff, and I happened to talk to him about Lois and Clark, and I said, well, the great thing about Lois and Clark was the fact that he was an Elseworld Superman. That you had people like Deathstroke, but they weren't the Deathstroke from the comic book. You had Mixus Pitlick, but it wasn't the Mixus Pitlick of that. They were able to introduce these characters without having to abide by comic book law, so that they could tell the story in 45 minutes, because it's an Elseworld Superman. His Fortress of Solitude in Lois and Clark is a treehouse that he's got in his parents' garden, that sort of thing. But obviously, it doesn't make him Superman different to not Superman. Then it just makes him different to the Chris Reeve Superman, or to the Tyler Hoechlin Superman, or to the Tim Daly Superman, or the George Reeves. It's just a different incarnation, a different universe. So when they say they're going to do a black Superman, it doesn't bother me, provided that they make it known that it's not going to be the same universe. Superman. They not they won't. They just sell it as an Elseworlds. That's fine.
It doesn't bother me as long as they're not just ticking boxes, because I find that more racist and deplorable than actually being racist sometimes.
Of course they are. I mean, it's again, we were with my son. We watched one of my favorite films, which is it's a guilty pleasure, but it's not another teen movie. And in that they have a black character who just shows up and all he ever says is 4 words. I was like, damn, that's whack. That's all he ever does. And they explicitly point it out, like they literally point out this casting, and it's crazy to me that that's actually the way that the casting has gone. That now people are being cast that way not because I don't want to say that they're not being cast because they're not good actors. I'm saying that they at this moment in time, people are being replaced out of parts because of race and sexual casting. I mean, it's happening. I know we're about to do Doctor Who now, and there has been a bit of a kick up over who's going to be replacing Jodie Whittaker. Because
do we know who it is yet?
They did say that it was. What's his name? I can't remember the guy's name.
Ollie, someone or other, wasn't it originally?
I mean, they've denied it. But he was the sort of he's like the front man for years and years. But
I know who he is. I can't remember his surname, but I do know who he is.
They were on about him, and again, you could automatically see it. You could automatically see sort of where people are coming from, because they didn't say, he's like the front man for years and years. They said, he'll be the first gay actor to play Doctor Who. I was like,
Yeah, I know. I mean, why do that? That's exactly why Idris Elba turned down James Bond, wasn't it? Because he said he didn't want to be the first black James Bond.
I mean, I was just like, you can see. There's a picture, right? I haven't got it, right? There's this picture of this woman, and she's driving out the TARDIS because she's in a wheelchair. She's Middle Eastern. She's got a burqa on, and her wheelchair's got a pride flag. And it was like introducing your new Doctor. Like all the boxes are ticked. It was like, that's precisely what it is. That's precisely the way it bothers me that they're not casting people based upon what is the best thing. That's an issue to me. So
that's why I don't watch telly anymore, mate.
Yeah. It's. I mean, I don't know if you've heard anything, but apparently there's a bit of kickback or something from Black Widow, and apparently it was something to do with one of the articles that they released about Black Widow, and it was like, actually this has nothing to do with what we thought of it. We just had to release this headline because it's a clickbaity headline that everybody's gonna go for, and they were kind of saying like, this film's gonna outrage men or something. So everybody was clicking on it. It was like, no, it's actually a pretty good film. It's just we had to put that headline there just because that's the only thing that ever draws attention these days. And it's sad, but it's I can't fault them on their logic.
The only film I want to watch lately is the new Chris Pratt one, The Tomorrow War. And the reason I want to watch it is because Chris Pratt, everyone hates him because he won't toe the Hollywood woke line. So for that reason, I'm gonna watch his film. I've got Amazon Prime. It's on Amazon Prime. Sod it.
I don't want to keep going off topic here before we get started into Doctor Who, but have you seen the trailer for the new Val Kilmer documentary?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh, that looks good. Basically, Val Kilmer's been recording his life ever since he was a kid. He's always had a camera, and he's always like just videoed everything. And when he started making money after he became a star, he started buying better camera equipment and all that. And every time he's been on a film, like when he's been doing like Tombstone and stuff like that, he's just been recording himself with the cast and all that. And of course, he went through a time whereby I think he's in remission now of throat cancer. And it just looks like an amazing documentary. It just looks like and I think that's coming out August 6th, I think. But yeah, that's one worth checking out as well.
That won't be one I'll be interested in. But I mean, everyone goes on about Val Kilmer and his films, but to me, it will always be Nick Rivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Top Secret. But I mean, it goes from Top Secret all the way through. I mean, you can tell the guy's got a sense of humor because the end clip in the documentary is him walking through Bronson Canyon dressed as Adam West Batman. I mean, he's got a bit of sense of humor to him. So, but anyway. Meanwhile,
the Time Monster.
Back to the Time Monster, I think. Let me just click back here so I can see where my tool. Episode 1, the Time Monster. I'm set up. Are you set up?
I'm set up. I'm assuming Luco's set up because I know he's got this one to watch.
Oh, excellent. So, yeah, by the way, there is something that you're going to see in this. I'm going to point it out now because otherwise, if you see it later on, you're just going to be like, what the hell? John Pertwee has a prop in this.
I think this might be the one Luco's was talking about. Is this the phallic prop?
It has a pair of testicles.
Yes, it's that one.
It's yeah. I mean, it's okay the way he handles it, but it's they must have known. There's no way they couldn't have.
I've seen a picture of it. Luke Koza showed me it ages ago.
The prop designer was like, "How am I gonna design this prop?" And he come up with the idea while sitting on the toilet, looking at the graffiti on the back of the toilet door. I mean, that's the only way he came up with it. Anyway, let's begin. The Time Monster, episode 1. And I'm going to be clicking play. I've got the BritBox thing to come up as well. Hang a sec. In 3, 2, 1, play. Ting. And... Loud! No more eardrums. Still a good looking title sequence.
Yeah. I've got to episode 1 and I'm in. Am I in front or behind?
You should be looking at a large explosion.
Yeah.
Bit of volcano stuff. Dee, 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 dee. See, good horror imagery.
Welcome to your new master.
I had a definite feel of the new Avengers about it, that didn't it?
I'll say you were. A real pippin of a dream. Brought you a cup of tea. Do you want it?
And when you're finished, put your trousers back on. He's got a hell of a coif of hair there, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah.
Doctor, have you been working all night again? On that? I don't know. What is it anyway? Super dematerialization circuit?
No, that'll have to wait. No, this is far more important. It might make all the difference the next time he turns up.
Next time who turns up?
The master, of course. Sure. Now listen to me. I want you to find out as quickly as possible if there have been any volcanic eruptions or severe earthquakes recently. It doesn't matter where, anywhere in the world.
But you're joking, of course.
Believe me, this is no matter for jokes.
But I read it all out to you last night. Don't go, Ed. This shows you don't listen to a word I say, doesn't it? Now, yes.
Hell of a camera shot.
New eruptions in the fear of nuclear violence.
She did well there not to do a basic instinct.
Crystal? No, what crystal? Look, I know I'm exceedingly dim, but would you mind explaining?
It was in my dream, Joe. There was a large crystal. Shaped like
And inside it, gold and silver stickers were blown up in the air.
Of course it is, Dr. Ingram. Of course it is. You know, there is no means whereby I could prove to you that that crystal is any different from any other piece of quartz, and yet it is unique.
Again, this is what's good with the classic series now. We get some really good supporting characters. And
Yeah.
you get this doctor here and the assistant here. And normally,
Please do not call me prof in the doghouse.
yeah. Normally the way these characters are written are that they will just like go along with it.
2.5 minutes.
But these ones actually do question what the hell's going on, like.
But aren't we going to have a trial run, Professor?
No, it's not necessary.
Well, that's marvellous. We're going to look a right bunch of Charlies if this fellow from the grants committee turns up and we're left with egg on our faces.
Yes, surely, Professor.
Now, there is no need for you to worry your pretty little head.
And there's no need for you to be so patronising, Professor. Look, just because I'm a woman, there's no need to treat me like...
No, I'm sorry. You're quite right, Doctor. Please forgive me. And now, will you please run those tests?
That man. I don't know what infuriates me more. His dictatorial manner or that infernal courtesy of his. It's all the same, really. A bland assumption of male superiority.
May God bless the good ship women's lib and all who sail in her.
See, this is what's good with it with this particular area. Even though they're dealing with feminism, it's a bit tongue in cheek of one put down, the other put down.
Yeah.
It's not claiming superiority.
Well, it says Santorini.
No, it was well in a lot of television shows like this. It was very tit for tat. Well, no one ever got the upper hand.
The upper hand, it was always fair and level.
Turns up soon. I'll go round to Twist.
That makes two of us. Here was I all ready for a nice little trip to Atlantis.
What?
Well, nothing. I was just saying to Mike.
I heard what you said, but you said Atlantis. Why Atlantis?
Well, that's what it says in the paper.
That map, please.
Yes, here we are. Believed by many modern historians to be all that remains of Plato's metropolis of Atlantis.
Of course.
Atlantis? I thought that was supposed to be in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, you're a bit out of date. Apparently it was part of the Minoan civilization. Oh, you know, the Minotaur and all that creepy jazz.
It's only a legend, though, isn't it?
Joe, get me the brigadier, will you?
What, now?
Yes, now.
Oh, all right.
No, when I'm sleeping.
Write a brief, for heaven's sake.
Search me. Doctor, it's the Brigadier.
Hello, Brigadier. The doctor here. Now listen to me. I want you to put out a worldwide warning. Alert all your precious unit HQs. Not that it'll do any good.
Thank you very much. And against what precisely am I supposed to be warning the world?
He's got his own little Superman show going on there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Seen him where?
go.
I mean, it's not the most convincing of arguments. I saw Heather Locklear in a dream once. It didn't mean anything.
In any case,
I
Doctor,
saw a whole series of Dallas once. That didn't mean anything either. It was all a dream.
Were you in the show when you realised?
There is grave danger.
Danger of what, for heaven's sake?
Well, I'm not sure, but in my dream I quite
Never
clearly...
gonna you with the laughing stock of unit. A dream. Really, Doctor, you were consulting the entrails of a sheep. Right, we better be on our way to the Newton Institute. Ready, Doctor?
No, I can't go anywhere at the moment. I'm far too busy.
But you become to observe us from unit, they said.
Shall I go?
No, certainly not, Jai. I shall need you here with me.
What's it all about, anyway?
Tom,
Oh yes, I forgot about Tom Tit as well, which is also Cockney rhyming slang.
it's the
Transmission of matter through interstitial time.
Yes, exactly what I was going to say. Tom Tit.
Well, what does it do?
Oh, it's a brilliant idea. Apparently, it can break down solid objects into light waves or whatever and transmit them from one place to another. And it works. Apparently. Well, Yates, I suppose you better come with me.
Sorry, sir. I'm duty officer.
Well, someone's got to come.
I'm just leaving, sir.
Ah, Sergeant.
No, you're not.
Just off on a 48-hour pass, sir.
Oh, no, you're not, Sergeant. Little trip to the Newton Institute.
Yes, sir. But where, sir? Newton Institute.
That's right. It's a research establishment at Wootton, just outside Cambridge.
A charlatan, how dare Dr. Cook is not only chairman of the grants committee, but a colleague and a personal friend. Am I to tell him this afternoon that I am as gullible as that drunkard I have replaced? How is it that I can find no trace of your academic career before you visited Athens University, Professor? How is it that you publish nothing? That you refuse to reveal the hypothesis behind your so-called experiments? That the very name of your project is arrogant nonsense? Tom Tit. What, pray, is interstitial time? You're a very clever man, Director. I see that I shall have to tell you everything. Oh, yes, you're perfectly right. I am no professor. Say it do please hear me out. I can see that you're very upset, but there is nothing to worry about. You must believe me. You must believe me. You must believe me. You must believe me.
Good actor.
I am the master. You will listen to me, and you will obey me.
Yeah, it's just the way you can switch it on like that.
Yeah, both of them are great.
Obey.
I mean, his acting here, whereby he's resisting and then sort of collapses.
You will just sit there quietly and await the arrival of this wretched man from London. And remember, you are perfectly satisfied as to the authenticity of my credentials and the integrity of my work here. You understand? Yes. I understand.
1.359.
I think it's worth pointing out as well how well edited this episode is as well.
045.
It's very tight on the editing.
3.062.
I don't think you'll find much in the way of wasted material.
No, that's good. No, that's good when they do that.
5-9 and steady.
And that's the lot.
And that's the lot. Check, check, check.
Now we just stand around and wait. You know, I still think it's just plain stupid not to do the trial run. It's ludicrous.
Ludicrous. Check.
Grow up, student.
But I mean it, love. It is ludicrous. I mean, just suppose this thing won't wag its tail when we tell it to.
Well, they withdraw the grant.
As sure as God made little green apples. And bang goes my fellowship.
It was my job. And my reputation, too, for that matter. Men. It's their conceit that bugs me.
Hey, I'm on your side, remember?
Oh, you don't count.
Don't I? And why not, may I
Look,
ask?
don't bully me, Stu. I think I'll burst into tears.
I mean, it's a straight up and a straight back down again, isn't it?
Let's do it.
What?
Have a run through.
Without him?
Why not?
Well, it is his project, and he's the boss.
Nominally. But do you think how much you've put into it? It's a joint affair. I reckon you've as much right to take a decision as he has.
Well,
Of course, if we need a man in charge.
that does it. We go ahead.
That's my girl.
Yeah, it is.
You're quite the most infuriating man
Yes.
I've ever met. I've asked you at least 1,000,000 times, what is it?
Extraordinary, I could have sworn I told you. It's a time sensor.
I see.
Do you? Well, what's it do then?
It gives Pertwee something to do.
It detects disturbances in a time field.
Well done, Joe. You're learning. Exactly what you need if you happen to be looking for a TARDIS.
It's a TARDIS sniffer router.
You know, any other time machine for that matter. So, if the master turns up again,
Bingo.
as you so rightly say, bingo.
I feel like the back end of a pantomime horse.
Very suitable for a keen young man like you.
Come again?
Starting at the bottom.
Anyway, it's just a waste of time. Why should there be any radiation in the receiver room? We're only going to use about 10 degrees.
Are you willing to take the risk?
No.
Well, stop beeping any
You didn't
more.
put any did he?
No. I'm pretty sure that hood's supposed to be tucked in. You can see the health and safety officer on that set now, in the present day, going like, what the hell?
Molecular structure stay.
I want that ladder lashed.
Power 2025.
Yes, I want the ladder lashed. You up there on the ladder. Why aren't you wearing a high vis?
Yeah.
Are you?
You just keep your eye on those dials.
It's working.
Well, of course it's working. Now make a note of the readings, will you?
All right.
354045.
It's quite a funky little prop. The fact that it's got that spinny thing that just drops back into the.
That's Venetian, Pete.
Oh, they're larger than ours.
Yeah, much like
A spinny thing
Yeah,
on something that you. Well,
good.
the fact that it drops back down into the prop, see, it just pops up like that.
I think you must have left something on in the TARDIS.
I certainly didn't. Why?
Well, it started again.
That's impossible
Unless
unless
what?
not a TARDIS.
Isolate matrix scanner.
Check.
505560.
It's going to work.
there was a bit of wobbling on that CSO there, wasn't there?
Again, it's difficult because they doing something like a camera match is difficult enough. Why they wouldn't have locked that off, I don't know. But to try to do that live is hard.
Oh yeah. One of the only times we've seen that work properly was in the Face of Evil, wasn't it?
In fairness, right? For instantaneous transportation, it would have been quicker to just have opened the door and carried it through.
Yeah.
She's overloading. Look, you'd have to bring the search gun as I reduce the power or she'll blow.
It wasn't that instantaneous.
I suppose if you could do it over 10 miles, it would save a bit of time.
We've done it! 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 We've done it!
I put it somewhere in that sector there. Anything between 50 and 100 miles from here.
Well, that's not much to go.
That man does more business than Amazon.
TARDIS on again. If we were a bit nearer and in Bessie.
Right, let's go. You take them out.
You are a fool, Dr. Ingram.
I think it was his birthday, like 3 days ago. I think.
Caused irreparable damage.
I was in full control of
That is
Was
irreparable.
it?
I think
Was
so.
it?
Yeah.
Mr. Hine, why did you permit this stupidity?
Yeah, hang about, mate. I'm not my sister's keeper. She's the boss.
So a quick
Anyway, I
check.
suggested it.
Yes, I might have guessed that. An irresponsible schoolboy. You'll pay for this.
The decision, Professor, was entirely mine.
Oh, I see. Therefore-
I take full responsibility responsibility for testing the
Yeah, July 7th.
and I'm prepared to
July 7th,
justify my actions at
1919 he
the
was born.
highest level.
So happy birthday, John Pertwee.
No. I'm sorry, Doctor.
Same birthday as my missus.
He'd have been,
Although she was considerably not 1919
yeah, he'd have been 102.
by quite some distance.
Come off it, Ruth. He's only climbing down because he doesn't want us to walk out.
So he'd have been 102 this
Yeah.
year then.
Of course I need you, both of you.
After all, Prof, we couldn't risk a foul up this afternoon.
No,
that's
say no
good.
more. The whole matter is closed.
Well, not quite, Professor. You see, it wasn't exactly plain sailing. We had some sort of a positive feedback and overload.
That is impossible.
See for yourself.
Hey, Ruth, Professor, come here.
What is it, Stu?
The crystal, it's still glowing.
Well, of course it is.
Well, you know what caused the overload then?
Yes. Don't you see? You were drawing power from somewhere outside of time itself. Now, what
I mean,
we
it's a
have
hell of
to
a
do
leap.
is to build a time vector filter into the transmitter here.
Unless, of course, you were intentionally doing that.
Yeah.
It's a paracybernetic control circuit, in fact.
Yes, but won't that take some time to set up? The demonstrations are 2.
Yes, I'm afraid it will take some time, and I'm afraid I will have to leave it to you. Because I am expected to eat a pretentious meal and exchange pleasantries with our distinguished guests.
That's all right, Prof. You go and enjoy your nosh. Leave it to the toiling masses.
Mr. Hyde, I have every faith in you, and in you, Doctor.
Hey, you better get your skates on. The VIPs are arriving.
I mean, I think it goes to work with the Master's brilliance that he can just design a circuit like that. But I think it also helps her
Oh, yeah,
as well
definitely.
that she can just build it. Because for you know, I mean, he just designed it, but she instantly understands it and knows how to configure it. So these little moments are helping to pay off these characters.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
You know, they could have just told you she's a brilliant doctor, and you'd just be like, okay,
No, that's what they'd do now.
yeah,
With any character, they literally hold a signpost up. This character is, they can do, and then they get on with the story. And that's regardless of sex, race, anything. Every character.
Now, the association of the military with killing, with violence, please bear with me.
Very well. I'll get them to send some sandwiches across.
So when it comes to something, when you realise probably the best writing on telly today is probably something like Coronation Street or EastEnders. Because they've been going for so long, they don't need to change, do they?
The window cleaner, I presume.
but the fact that you can write secondary background characters and then actually show them again, it's a case of show don't tell.
Yeah.
Of course, sir. Sergeant Benson. Sir?
Not sure about some of the scoring yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, you know, it's look,
It's a bit fairground, but yeah, I suppose actually thinking of some of the shots I've seen from this, that might work later on.
yeah.
Look at that sky. Just look at it.
Do stop whistling, Joe. This is good now. We're not having a pleasure, George, you know.
Sorry, Doctor.
Well, if it is the master, we can't run the risk of losing him.
It is a bit knobby, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's working again.
What's the bearing?
074 and 16.39 miles away.
Well, that's Venusian miles, and Earth miles it'll be at 72.79. Let's take a look at the map.
There's a lot of Venusian
I know.
stuff goes on here, isn't there?
He loves them. Well, considering we've never seen them.
A village called Wootton.
Wootton? Well, that's where the Brigadier and Sergeant Benson are.
Tomtit. The master's behind that. What time's the demonstration?
2 o'clock.
We've got to stop it. Hang on tight, Joe.
So, this thing that he's got now with the super acceleration to Bessie, this is an actual payoff because he mentioned that about 2 episodes ago. where he said he was developing this super accelerator for the
Oh
car.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So it actually does pay off. It actually is something that he was on about. A bit of Doctor Who continuity there.
Here, gentlemen. Now, Stuart, where's the professor?
Search me. He was here a couple of minutes ago.
Who is this fellow Thascalus anyway? I've never heard of him.
Oh, an excellent background. Surely you've read his paper on the granular structure of time.
All I can do to keep up with the departmental minutes. I leave all the rest to Proctor.
It's a fearsome looking word of electronics.
I do like the way Nick Courtney delivered his stuff.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, he's very dry.
Gentlemen, to begin with, time isn't smooth. It's made
Dry and dismissive, I would
A
say.
series of minute present moments.
That's it. Temporal atoms, so to speak. So if one could push something through the interstices between them, it would be outside our space-time continuum altogether.
Where would it be then?
Well, nowhere at all in ordinary terms.
You've lost me, Doctor.
And me. I've never heard such a farrago of unscientific rubbish in all my life. It's an impossible situation.
But we've done it. We shoved that vase through and brought it back in there.
But shoved it through where, for goodness sake?
Sort of through the crack between now and now, sir.
Right, you've got it.
Well, I give up. It's beyond me.
Then you must see for yourself, gentlemen.
Stop shoving vases through cracks.
Shall we begin?
Doctor, slow down. It's not safe to drive so quickly, please.
Nonsense, it's perfectly safe. My reactions are 10 times faster than yours. This is no ordinary car, remember? See what I mean?
But why didn't I go?
It's very sort of Harry Potter night bus.
By the absorption of inertia, including yours.
It's working again.
Right, come on, Bessie, old girl. It's up to you now.
Surely you don't need to wear anti-radiation gear, Professor?
In case of an emergency, Doctor, I may have to join Mr. Hyde in a hurry.
Again, this is a time where they just loved playing with the toys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Increasing power.
Isolate matrix scanner.
Check.
606570.
Increasing power.
You're into the second quadrant already,
I
Professor.
know what I'm doing, Doctor. Initiating transfer. Now.
10, 9, 8.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm getting too much power. I can't hold it. Switch off.
Turn it off, Professor.
Well.
There we are. First episode down. Yeah, it's quite tight on the editing in this. Yeah, the music's not brilliant. It's a little bit, up and down. But at least it's not just your finger on one synth button and just playing with the warp. Oh. What do you think of it so far?
Yeah. So far it's intriguing enough. It's definitely got the classic feel to it.
Oh, wait a second, I got the Britbox stuff. There we are. Yeah, I mean, it starts dealing with a bit more. Like, I know there's a lot of people that don't really like this story. But to me, like, I think that anytime you can do a Doctor Who story that's a little bit more out there in terms of science fiction, as opposed to, because it gets a bit boring, like science fiction does these days, whereby it's always end of the world stuff.
Wear anti-radiation gear, Professor?
In case of an emergency, my dear, I may have to join Mr. Hyde in a hurry. Report, Mr. Hyde.
Interstitial activity nil.
Molecular structure stable. 40.
I think it's good that we deal with a story whereby good and evil is basically categorized as an idea as opposed to an actual force.
He's legged it like he always does.
Right, Joe. Joe?
Again, playing with camera speeds and all sorts.
I can't, it won't budge.
Reverse the polarity. Reverse the temporal polarity.
Safe to go in.
No, wait.
He's all this about. Oh, for heaven's sake, there's a man in there.
Right, the leverage will be all right now.
Doctor.
Stuart!
This is meant to be some kind of a
What on earth is going on?
Who is this?
My assistant. But Stuart's only 25.
25? This man's 80 or more.
What's happening, Doctor? Are we too late?
On the contrary, Joe, I think we're just in time.
Yeah, it's not gone well for Dr. Hyde, has it?
What he needs at the moment is rest. He'll go to the hospital later. He must have been a pretty tough youngster.
He was.
So lucky for him. Otherwise, the shock of the change would have finished him off.
But will he be all right?
Yes, he'll survive.
But how long for, Doctor? He's an old man.
What caused it, Doctor? Some sort of radioactivity?
No, it was more than that.
And change in metabolism?
Well, that's more like it, Joe, but still isn't the answer. Even if the metabolic rate had increased 100-fold.
It's impossible.
Well, of course it is. Even if it wasn't, the change in him would have taken 7 or 8 months, not 8 seconds.
Oh, there's only one thing I know which makes people old.
And that is?
Anno Domini, Doctor. Age, the passing of time.
We all know that.
Congratulations, Brigadier. I think you've provided the explanation.
Well, glad to be of service. What did I say?
The passing of time.
I mean,
The only answer.
I figured it out, but I didn't know.
Speed it up, sir.
Yeah.
Pass by in a moment. How did it happen?
Professor might know, but he seems to have disappeared.
What professor?
Professor Vasculus. Tom Tipp's his baby.
Vasculus. Really, the arrogance of that man is beyond belief.
Well, whose arrogance? Doctor, I wish you wouldn't talk in riddles.
Perhaps a classical education would have helped you, Brigadier. Vasculus is a Greek word.
I get it. Vasculus is Greek for master.
Right, Joe.
He's coming round.
Yeah, there we are.
It's all right, it's all right. You're quite safe.
A little bit of education there.
Oh, he's here. He's here. I saw him.
Oh, the poor boy's delirious.
Don't try to speak, Stu. Just rest.
No, let him talk. Who did you see, Stuart? Answer me.
Danger.
Please stop this, Doctor, please.
Answer me, Stuart. Who did you see?
Go easy, Doctor.
Doctor,
Be
please.
quiet, both of you. Now answer me. Who did you see? Answer me.
Kronos!
Kronos.
Yeah, the bad news is he's just crapped himself.
Dr. Ingram, I want you to come with me. I want you to tell me everything that you know about that machine of yours.
Shall I come?
No, you stay here with Stuart. Phone me immediately he starts talking again.
Better lock the door behind us, Miss Grant.
Brigadier, don't hang about. I have a job for you too, you know.
I mean, for like guest sets, they're actually not that bad. Like they could have just been like a curtain and a brick wall.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things they could have done. I mean, I remember watching earlier episodes of where they just put a wall in a corridor and turned it into a room and stuff like that. But these are well made.
Yeah, and again, they're only guest sets as well. They're only in it for a very short period of time.
Oh, the usual, Captain Yates, about 10 minutes ago. Oh, Yates, the doctor wants you to bring his TARDIS with you. All right? Over.
Right, sir. I'm sorry, Charles, but the whole thing smells of bad fish when I stake my reputation on the professor's integrity. You already have, Charles. You already have. A foolish gamble is long on. It's not surprising that you lost. Please, Humphrey. I can see no alternative to a full Whitehall inquiry. We can only hope that we don't have to parade our dirty linen at Westminster. Not to mention Russell.
Forgive me, Mr. Cook.
Doctor.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cook. I couldn't help overhearing what you said.
Well,
This affair is no longer in your hands, sir.
beg your pardon.
It's now a security matter. I've taken over.
You have no right.
I'm sorry, sir. I've every right. Subsection 3A of the preamble to the 7th Enabling Act. Paragraph 24G, if I remember rightly.
Oh,
So, bearing in mind the Official Secrets Act as well, you'll please make certain that you say not a word about today's events to anybody, either of you.
that's all very
Be
well.
quiet,
but-
Proctor. You can't possibly have sufficient grounds for such high-handed behavior.
This man Fasculus is a dangerous criminal and an escaped prisoner. Sufficient grounds?
Well, yes. Come along, Proctor. Don't stand about.
There we go. You've just been put in your place.
You have, yeah. It's always good to see a toff being put in his place, isn't it?
I mean, they do it quite often, and they normally have the toffs be the sort of the,
Oh, excuse me, sir.
not necessarily antagonist, but
Dr. Percival?
the speed bump then,
Quite well, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
the roadblock.
The div.
Yeah.
This whole matter is sharp, but what did you want?
So it's good that they actually dispensed with that.
All but essential personnel at once, please.
I can't think, Brigadier. You have the slightest idea what you're asking. There are projects in train.
I'm sorry, sir, but it's absolutely necessary. Now, Sergeant Benton will keep an eye on this machine of yours until the troops arrive. But I cannot be held responsible for the consequences unless you do as I ask.
Brigadier, you may enjoy playing at soldier.
By 3 o'clock, please, Dr. Percival. And if the master contacts you, don't try to hold on to him. Just let me know at once.
Oh,
I'm sorry, of course, I mean the professor.
but he'll be miles away by now.
I doubt it. No reason why you should know we're onto him. He'll be back.
Any trouble?
I've been a bit lonely. That's all.
Good.
But, Doctor, why won't you explain?
Because I must find out whether I'm right. That's why. Now, where's the crystal?
It's through here. There.
Crystal of Kronos. So I am right.
Well, that's what Stuart
It's refreshing to see an older sci-fi program with no holographic screens, no iPads built into the walls,
Yeah.
you know, the keyboards everywhere.
And the actual transport prop itself, is actually quite a good looking prop.
For many long years.
All that pipe work behind them as well looks pretty
Yeah.
good.
Strange place it is, too.
Again, when they do the usual CSO stuff, you know, the screens and things like that, it has to be done specifically well for it to look good.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Are you saying that Kronos is one of these creatures?
I am. The most fearsome of the lot.
Ooh. When you see Kronos, I mean, there's something very pigeony about it. It's a shame because I think before the actual glow effect goes, it actually looks like something like angelic.
He's a Greek legend. He was the Titan who ate his children, wasn't he?
Yes, exactly. And what's more, one of those children in the legend was Poseidon, the god of Atlantis.
Are you trying to tell us that the classical gods were real?
Well, yes and no. Extraordinary people, the Atlanteans, you know, even more extraordinary than their cousins in Athens. Once reality became unbearable for them, they would invent a legend to tame it.
You mean like the legend of Kronos?
Quite so. Kronos, a living creature, was drawn into time by the priests of Atlantis, using that crystal as its center.
You mean that crystal is the original? The actual crystal from Atlantis?
It is. And your friend the professor is trying to use that crystal.
I mean, once again, Doc,
As it was used 4,000 years ago.
it's very loose evidence here.
What you meant when you talked of terrible danger.
Danger to us, you mean, Doctor, or to the whole world?
Not just danger to our world, Sergeant, or even our galaxy, but to the entire created universe.
But suppose
somebody's walking here now and find me talking to you. You are a warrior, aren't you? Come here. Closer. Now look into my eyes.
Punch in the nuts. No, get back to work.
Everything will be all right if you just obey me. Obey. I must obey. Everything will be all right. You go along there and carry on with your telephoning, and let me get on with my sums. You know, it's a long time since I came across a hypnotic subject that turned out to be as good as you are. It's just like old times.
What a bastard.
Yeah, I mean, the hypnosis is a cunning plot device, isn't it?
In fact, he's relishing in it though.
Yeah.
Indeed it does. The strength of the signal was far too strong for an apparatus as crude as this. Now what I...
Well, what is it, Doctor?
Yes. Well, I thought it would be around here somewhere. This, Sergeant, is the Master's TARDIS.
E equals MC Q squared. Yes, thank you at once. What? E equals MC squared, not Q. Not in the extra-temporal physics of the time vortex. Now you make me lose my place. You're an interfering dolt, Percival. I'm sorry. What are you doing? I'm trying to find out why we had that massive power build-up. It makes the whole experiment uncontrollable. Even the filter didn't prevent it. And logically, it just shouldn't have.
So I think this is
But it did.
John Wise. I think this is his last ever acting role. Actually, as Dr. Percival.
Sure. What, for instance?
Switch on and take a look for ourselves.
Without being rude, he is getting on a bit in this, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, you've done stuff like Danger Man and stuff like that before.
That's impossible.
Doctor? Doctor, the crystal's glowing.
Sergeant, now you're a strong young man. Go in there and pick up that crystal, will you?
Bollocks! You go pick it up. You can regenerate.
Yeah. I don't want to melt my fingers.
It's fixed down.
No, it isn't, you know. You can see it isn't.
Well, I can't shift it.
No. No, of course you can't. Do you know why you can't shift it? Because that crystal isn't really here at all. It's made the jump through interstitial time. Must be linked to that other crystal all those thousands of years ago. Or rather, it is the other crystal.
But then where is the original one?
Where do you think? In Atlantis, of course.
Yeah, so it's here and there.
Here, there, and everywhere.
Holiness! Come quickly! The crystal is afire!
They've got this all wrong, you know. Atlantis is in the Pegasus galaxy. I've been watching that recently.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's a shame, really, because you know, there's no Jason Momoa in this. He can't get away from Atlantis even when he tries.
Yeah, he's here. Oh, I see. Look, hang on a sec. Doctor?
We've been watching the last 3 series of SG-1 and Atlantis, and we're watching the episodes back to back as they would have appeared on the Sci-Fi Channel. It makes for good watching, especially when they have like crossovers and that.
I loved Atlantis. I thought it was a great show. I preferred Atlantis to SG-1 actually.
I think they're both as good as each other.
It's just, I think that Atlantis was able to sort of breathe a little bit easier.
It's alright, you're
So you could just have a little bit more fun.
Who are you?
I'm Joe.
Oh, where am I?
You're in your own room.
I've got the granddaddy of all hangovers.
You think that's bad? You should see yourself in the mirror.
Yeah. You are the granddaddy of all hangovers.
What is it?
Give me a minute. Wait,
Please, I'll get you on later. Come on, I'll just lie down and...
no. No.
Good, you finished. Yes, at last. Now, back to the laboratory. Yes, and I'll have somebody on guard. Oh, yes. You don't happen to know who it is, do you? Yes, Sergeant Benton, I think. Really? Well, I think I know how to deal with you.
Just after the couple of
So as is usual, as is usual with a lot of these, I think they've lit this one quite well as well.
It's not bad. The lighting in this is not bad.
No, I mean that looks like light coming in from the window, and in the last shot, it looked like light from a fireplace. So
Yeah. Again, it's not overly lit. It's not just blanket bombed with lighting.
What is Cronus? Or should I say who?
yeah, it does look quite natural, the lighting.
I think they're using the same surround out the window that they use for unit, for the doctor's office.
Is there nothing you can do? Or am I stuck? Like this?
The old age makeup could have been a little bit better.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad though.
It's not too bad. It's just a bit powdery.
But I promise you that we'll do everything we possibly can to help.
It's it looks like somebody slapped him in the face with talcum powder.
Hello? Yes? But I don't get it. The Brigadier wants me back at the house.
Good old unit member.
Yeah.
Fooled by a piece of paper and somebody talking on the phone.
Put me in a bit of a spot. The Brigadier told
It's like they
me
went to the Wile E. Coyote School of Garden, isn't it?
I don't think he believed me. I'm not surprised. I've never seen a more inept performance. Look, tell him you're in the Brigadier confirmation. Do as I tell you. Sergeant Benton, I suggest you check with Brigadier Stewart yourself. Oh, you want his number? Oh, yes, I think you can contact him on 534. Yes, that's right.
goodbye.
Bedford Stewart? Ah, Benton.
You didn't know the master could do that now, did you?
Nothing peculiar about
There
it,
now.
my dear
There
fellow.
now.
Perfectly simple. I need you over here, on the double.
Hey, Brigadier. How's Wolfie? I can hear him. He's barking real good. Wolfie's fine, honey. He's dead.
Well, no sign of him. Don't think he really will. Ah, there he is.
If someone does a perfect impression, what are you supposed to think in the days before video phones and that?
Yeah.
The corridor's clear.
It's not that. It's just the willingness of him to accept the idea. Like, but a perfect stranger just phones him up.
Thing is, he hasn't really fallen for it, has he?
it's good. I mean, it does. Again, it goes to the strengths of the character, and I'm guessing that, you know, the actors have got a certain guardianship of their own characters.
Yeah, I mean, especially her in character like Sergeant Benton.
Put your hands in the air, both of you. Get 'em up. Turn around, slowly.
I mean, you could shoot.
The resourceful Sergeant Benton. You didn't really think you could fool me with a fake telephone call, did you? It's the oldest trick in the book.
I don't know, bits of paper. Let's be honest.
The Brigadier's not in the habit of calling Sergeant, my dear fellow.
The tribal taboos of army etiquette. I find it difficult to identify with such primitive absurdities.
Yes, well, primitive or not, mate. You're still in the suit without a ladle, aren't you?
Now, Sergeant, you must let me explain. You see, Sergeant Benton, the whole point is that... Doctor, what a very time...
I mean, let's
Hold on, Sergeant Benton, that is the oldest trick in the book. What are you going to do?
again, one up, one down.
Who can help me find the power that I need?
Good bump for Benton, though.
I don't understand. Of course you don't understand.
Well, up until the point he fell for really the oldest trick in the book.
Complete power over the earth, over the universe itself. And the
Although we do have to remember that the people from Gallifrey are somewhat stronger than your average human.
I mean, it probably would have been a snapped wrist.
me of thy power. Almighty Kronos, Lord of Death, give me thy power. Almighty Kronos, Lord of Life.
That bloke looks like Vivian's mum from The Young Ones.
Mighty Lord, exalted one, I hear and obey.
And that's the end of episode 2. That rolled by pretty quick, didn't it?
Well, it did, yeah. It's so well written.
It's well, I mean, it's intriguing that again it's building up on something that again gets left out of Doctor Who a lot, and that's you got a character that can travel anywhere in time and anywhere in space, and quite often what's normally forgotten about is the whole time travel part of it. So
Yeah.
the fact that they dabble back and forth, like they're talking about Atlantis, and then it's Ting. Ooh, here we go. Sorry, just the start of episode 3. Yeah, Atlantis is what 1500 BC in this, so you're covering over 3,000 years. It's something that doesn't get used a lot, and the fact that they're dealing with a creature in Kronos that is above everybody else, and they've done a similar thing with we mentioned this before with the 12th Doctor, with the two superpowered beings that were beaten in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
You're not going to see that here.
To bring somebody here who can help me
Oh, I'm quite fortunate about that.
Without it, I am helpless. I don't understand. Of course you don't understand. How could
I've not seen this since about 1995. Forgotten how good the story is. Again, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but for me, I like the high-end sci-fi concepts.
Yeah, so far I think it's fantastic. Really enjoying it. See, it's odd when it's one that I've not seen before. I'm watching it, and I have to remember that I'm doing a live stream with you. I actually need to say things, but some of these really pull you in.
Yeah. I mean, they could have done something a little bit better with that spangly effect. But it still works.
Welcome. I am Crassus, High Priest of the Temple of Poseidon in Atlantis. Poseidon? But surely Kronos is your lord. You would dare profane with your irreverent tongue the great secret? A mystery which no man dare speak? Who are you? I am the Master, Lord of Time, and ruler of Kronos. You lie! No one rules Kronos. I
shall, with your help, and together we shall become masters of the universe.
Da, 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 da.
Oh, let him go. He can do us no harm now.
You didn't see that tie-in coming.
Come with me.
I don't know. At this time in history, there's only been about a year or two since the Hawkwind song "Master of the Universe" was out, so that's completely different.
He is not to be commanded.
But surely, Kronos obeyed the priests of Kronos as a pet dog obeys his master. The truth, Crassus.
It is so written.
Well, therefore, you have the secret. You have the formula.
No, it is lost. For 5 centuries it has been lost to Atlantis.
Nothing can be done. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Nothing save the crystal and the seal of the High Priest.
But that's it. From this seal, I can learn the true constants. Kronos is in my power at last.
Rest. That's all you need at the moment.
Delgado's so sharp in this.
Charming prospect, I must say. Hey, Ruth, you better find out about my old age pension. After all, I'll be 26 in 7 weeks' time.
Try not to be too bitter, Stu.
Doctor?
Try not to be too bitter.
So his entire life sucked away. Yeah.
He's been aged 60 years.
How can Atlantean measurements mean anything to you?
Relative ratios remain constant throughout time.
If you have nothing intelligent to say, do please keep quiet. Right. Now, we switch on.
Are you sure he said he was from Atlantis?
Yes, he just appeared from nowhere.
What are we waiting for? Benton, Doctor, on the double. Females down to cover, right, Miss Grant?
Brigadier, wait!
Hey, wait for me. Females indeed.
I mean, that's just the brig. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Massive feedback of time. Joe, it's too late. Kronos is coming.
Come, Kronos! Come!
I'm sure there's some jokes to be made there, but I'll let it go.
Yeah, I was biting my tongue. I don't know what I would have done differently, but I wouldn't have done that.
No, that, as you say, that's a bit pigeony.
Kronos, hear me! I order you to obey! Well. So the pet dog does obey his master, eh?
You got a pet dog from that costume?
In your kennels and I have need of you.
Yeah, I think they were going for something else, and it didn't quite land.
They run right into trouble.
I've got to be honest, I think what they were trying to do was have it in a sort of pure white outfit, and gonna bomb it with light, so it was just this glowing form, and I don't think they managed to pull it off because they didn't have the right exposure.
She'll be all right. Now she's outside the limit.
What's the matter with them? What's happening? Are you all right? What's going on?
Don't worry. The doctor will explain later. I hope.
What are you doing?
Reversing the interstitial flow. Now, don't interrupt me. Concentrate.
You have not the power to control.
I mean, it's just a guy swinging back and forth. While
Yeah, it says a bloke on a swing. And if they left it out of shot like that, it don't look so bad. But when you see the wider camera shot, it looks terrible.
I like the fact they are playing with stuff though.
Please kindly explain it.
Oh yeah.
Benton, take a chair. Everybody inside, quick.
Yeah, you know, I don't know what I would have done differently with that costume.
Noble high priest.
Maybe I would have not done that costume at all.
I am no slave that I should serve you. I serve only the gods.
No, I mean, having Kronos as some sort of, you can use the helmet, having him more as a Greek centurion probably would have been better.
You see, again, I don't mind the concept that it's not humanoid. I mean, it is, but it's not.
Why could I not control him? For all your sorcery, you are as a child trying to control a rogue elephant. A puny child. But I have the crystal. That crystal is but a part of the true crystal of Kronos. A small fraction. The rest is in Atlantis. Deep in the vaults of the Temple of Poseidon. Guarded by night and by day from such thieves as you.
But that's all I know.
You may command the slave, but never shall you command the mighty one himself.
You think not? We shall see.
You see, most venerable king, the crystal has gone. I was here. The sky opened and a spear of fire hurled by the hand of Zeus.
Yes, I saw the sun storm like so.
They disappeared. Crassus and the crystal.
Again, good use of shadow in this. Particularly now that they've gone back to sort of an ancient time.
As young in years as in
Yeah, they're effectively trying to recreate Torchlight, aren't they, with stage lights.
Perhaps he will return to us.
that is my fear. Our world is in great danger. Come.
But I think these are good sets, though. I think these are really good sets for again, a Doctor Who budget show.
How old will you think me, boy?
Particularly for what you see of the Atlantean court and everything like that. It's like
Fourscore years or
these days you can imagine that it would have been done
A stripling of
on a sort of green screen and expanded, or digital expansion.
These eyes were clear.
But I mean, these were built.
I saw
Yeah, and also at least these they don't look like they run out of paint like they did on Vengeance on Varos.
of Poseidon himself.
But again, at least they were trying.
well, it must have been 500 years ago.
535.
Darlings, will you have me believe you are? What is it, that light?
Light of the true crystal of Kronos. This is the great secret, the veritable mystery.
Cool, what a time to unlock stuff like that, eh?
Yeah.
It is the Guardian. Return to your rest. It is I, Dalius.
What? Who was it? You said no other person shares the great mystery.
The Guardian is a person no longer. A thing. Creature too horrible to imagine. Half man, half beast. Come.
But only 2/3 of that is human.
Go on. What next? Having picked us all up by the scruff of the neck and bundled us all in here, what do you propose to do with us?
Nothing at all. There's nothing to be done except wait.
I think you heard that, Doctor.
Speaking personally, I'd love a cup of tea. How about it, Stuart?
Oh, but we get along. Hey, Ruth, get the mugs out. How about a sandwich? Only marmalade, I'm afraid. I'd love one.
This isn't a picnic. One moment you're talking about the next you're going on about tea. Doctor, what's happening?
A great deal. For instance, you, Brigadier, you were caught in a hiatus in time. Being without becoming. An ontological absurdity.
I don't understand a word you're saying.
Well, it's true. You and Benson and Dr. Ingram, well, you were stuck.
Nothing of the sort, Miss Grant.
You wouldn't be aware of it, of course. Because your time had slowed down, too.
But all because of this Tom Kitchen.
Okay, we at episode 3.
After all, it did make a crack in time, didn't it?
A what?
Oh, a gap between the now and the now, as Sergeant Benton put it.
Yes, exactly. You were bound to experience all kinds of freak side effects.
You mean people leaving Kronos and Crystal right out of it?
That's correct.
How many times?
Well, over stand right under a fountain, you don't necessarily get wet, do you?
I'm dashed if I do. Doctor, what are you doing?
Me? Collecting.
Right, now we shall soon be ready to move.
Master, he may return. The mighty one may return.
Oh, fortunate Atlantis, to be blessed with such a courageous high priest. Never fear. Kronos
Bit of continuity there for you.
The crystal.
I am reversing
They
Yep.
actually
Yep.
remembered
thus draining the time energy from the crystal.
that had been changed.
Take it with us.
We?
Didn't have to show you that.
Where are we going?
Where do you
No, they didn't.
Atlantis, of course.
Well, he must be stopped.
Fair enough. Why don't we get on with it?
Because we can't even find out what he's up to without the tongues. Try to bottle. He's a bottle.
How about this?
That one with a narrow neck, a wine bottle.
Moroccan burgundy, for instance.
Yes, that'll be nicer.
There we are.
Right. Cork?
You've got me there, I'm afraid.
How about whiskey?
Remarkable efficiency. Still on the corkscrew.
Oh, no.
Doctor, I must insist. What are you up to?
Delaying tactics, Brigadier. A small fly in the master's metaphorical ointment.
Props. They've given him props.
They've given him props and he will use them.
You are indeed the master.
Oh, that's stroking his ego.
Right, so far so good.
Another nutcase.
Fruitcake standard.
You just wait and see.
I process you'll have to help me to carry it.
No, no, I dare not.
There's nothing to be afraid of, I promise you. Do as I tell you.
Master, do not compel me, I beseech you.
And what's that meant to be?
You're a Philistine, Brigadier. It's not meant to be anything, it just is. I hope.
You mean it's just a ridiculous piece of modern art?
No, certainly not. It's a time flow analog.
Of course it is, Ruth. You should have seen that at a glance.
The relationship between the different molecular bonds and the actual shapes form a crystalline structure of ratios.
Make any sort of sense, Dr. Ingram?
None whatsoever.
Just as I thought. Doctor, please stop this silly game at once.
Patience, Brigadier. Patience. Now then. There goes. Oh dear. It doesn't work.
Has the lady playing Dr. Ingram got a famous daughter? Because she really reminds me of the girl that was in The Hogfather, and she's in Downton Abbey, I think.
I was Wanda Moore playing Dr. Ingram.
Let's have a look.
I mean, she's in Emmerdale. Triangle.
Totally inactive. It looks dead. Well, of course it is. I promise you.
Right. There we go.
I don't know if she's related to anyone.
No, no, the crystals are fire. The dread one comes again. Fool.
What does it do? I mean, how does it actually affect the master's plans?
Well, it's just like jamming a radio signal, Joe. We used to make them at school to spoil each other's time experiments.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
I mean, yeah.
Oh well. It was fun while it lasted.
Anytime they give John Pertwee time to play with props, even if it's nonsense. Interesting music score here.
Yeah, it's like
I would have actually played
tension music.
Yeah, I would have actually turned this music up.
Images that move and speak. Wagons with no oxen to draw them. This is indeed a time of wonders.
I will show you greater wonders than either.
Master Lord, you will not bring the mighty one here once more.
Certainly not. I will just give you a demonstration of my power over time now.
That's quite an interesting prop as well, the Master's watch.
I was thinking of the actress Michelle Dockery, but she's not related to Wanda Moore, but she didn't half look like her. or a similarity.
Yeah.
Greyhound 3, we're stuck in the mud. Forced off the road by some goon in
That's a Land Rover, mate. If you were stuck in that mud, you got problems.
Especially since it looks like it's not stuck in the mud. That looks like a series. That looks like a series 2 as well. They go for anything.
You know, sir, the King Arthur bit. Then he vanished.
In a puff of blue smoke, I suppose. You have been drinking.
And that, Captain Yates, was just a sample.
Right, Sergeant? Get a shift on. I want to get out of here. Right, that's everybody out.
There's no way that Land Rover is stuck.
Right, Sergeant, get up. Hey! What
Missed.
Get down! This is the idiot means this. Greyhound, over.
I'm listening, Captain Yates. Over.
Another hallucination, sir. Roundheads attacking us with small ammunition. Cannonballs, in fact. Out!
I'm hallucinating. I've been shot, sir.
Chappie with a cannonball, 5 rounds rapid.
Roundheads, horsemen in armor. The Master's using that pistol to bring them back in time.
Forward in time.
And stop him.
Because it would be suicide to go anywhere without the protection of the TARDIS.
Stuck in the mud being battered by a lot of roundheads.
We better go and fetch it. Come on.
He could have said that they were bringing them back to the future. That would have also been accurate.
Oh, would have been very accurate. But without a DeLorean, I don't think you can say that.
Sorry, better stay here with the sergeant. You're the only people who can handle that infernal machine, apart from the doctor. I must ask you to place yourself under the sergeant's command. Both of you, right?
One of old World Charm, isn't he?
Sorry, doctor. Matter of some urgency. Better go under my own steam. Yes, see you there. Try not to be too far behind.
I can see what they're doing with Bessie there, but it does look a bit comical because it's so obviously sped up.
Yeah.
But why? Do you fear this machine so much?
I fear nothing. It's just that I intend to go to Atlantis.
But it's an effect that's a means to an end, so you know I'm not gonna drop it points on that.
At least they didn't do what they did in like Battlefield, whereby it leaves flame trails on the floor.
Yeah.
Now there's a sound effect they could have done without.
Yeah, very much so.
I told you that wouldn't work, Captain Yates. Now, stand by to duck. But here comes the
Ducks.
grand finale.
A giant duck.
Thunderbird too, but look at that picture on his watch.
It's coming from the sky.
Doctor, there's something wrong with the engine.
Never. Why?
Well, listen, there's a funny noise.
They didn't get that far ahead of the Brigadier then.
Yeah.
V1. A V1, a Doodlebug, a buzz bomb. Germans used them towards the end of the Hitler War.
What did it do?
Blew up sizable chunks of London. Get that engine cut out and fall flat in your face, because that'll mean it's on the way down.
Look, there's the convoy.
Greyhound 3, Greyhound 3. Can you hear me, Captain Yates? Over. Yates, that thing is a bomb, and it's on its way to you. Over.
I mean, they should really know. I mean, you know, they are military.
Yates, get out of it, man. It's a bomb. It's a bomb. Get out of it, Yates. Yates, can you hear me?
Oh, rather strange.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Over. Mike, can you hear me?
What was strange?
Well, I've got a thing popping up here saying we've detected copyrighted audio video. I don't think so.
I don't know. I've detected that. Neither of us are broadcasting.
Yeah, it's it's nonsense. What are you on about? I think it's talking absolute crap. There's no way this video is coming through this broadcast. There's no chance.
No, mine's not even connected to anything outgoing.
Yeah.
And neither's yours. Otherwise, I'd see it.
So YouTube is talking nonsense.
Yeah, because I can't even. Yeah, because I can't. Unlike when you used to be sat on your sofa and I could hear some of the episode in the background,
Yeah.
I haven't. I haven't been able to hear any of it. We started again yet?
No, it's gone to stream unavailable now.
Stand by to duck.
What? I think I know why it's come up. Someone's audio is very loud. I can hear it from here. There's absolutely no audio coming through anywhere.
Sounds like a motorbike. Yeah, but it's coming from the sky.
Right, apparently the stream has now been suspended for policy violations. Can't see or hear either of you, Lucos is saying.
Yeah.
I'll just tell him to sit tight. You might have to start a new stream and try and work out why after 3 episodes they've decided they can hear it. But if Luke Oza says he can hear the audio, where's it coming from?
Well, there's I'm thinking there's no way that it could be hearing it.
But he says he is hearing it. I mean,
Like it can't be coming from me because it's through the bloody headphones.
mine's only through headphones as well. And if mine was coming through, you'd be hearing it.
The stream is no longer blocked due to copyright issues.
Oh, we're back apparently.
I have no idea what the hell. Can you actually hear the Doctor Who broadcast coming through over YouTube?
Oh, hang on. Let me do a thingy.
I can definitely hear from one of you. Okay, well, it's not. It shouldn't be.
Right. Well, hang on a minute. Let me press play on mine and tell me if you can hear it, Chris. Right, mine's playing now. Right, so could you hear that music? Chris, he said yes, but I don't know what he's saying yes to.
Right.
It's not loud, but it's audible apparently. I don't know how that's getting through.
No, I don't. I've got mine paused at the moment, so it could be coming through from mine. But if it is, I don't understand how, unless it's coming through from the NDI source. But how the hell that would be happening, I don't know.
I don't know. I've got the same setup I normally have. Try playing yours a bit and see if Luke Oza can hear that.
I think I'm paused at 2 minutes 32. So
I'm back. I'm back. I'm at 10 seconds.
Well, for episode, what are we on? Episode 4?
Episode 4, yeah.
So you're at 10 seconds, you say. let's come back to. That'd
Well, we
be,
need to. Well, we
that'd
need
be
to.
just the intro, yes.
Yeah. Well, he's
Yeah.
not hearing it. Well, he's not hearing it now, and I've stopped mine, so it sounds like it's mine that's getting through somehow. But I don't know how that is. I'll double check some stuff on OBS.
Yeah. I mean, that's just weird.
Windows capture is off. The only things I've got switched on in OBS, when I'll turn them off, is a Commodore 64, an Amiga emulator, an arcade emulator, and just generally emulators. I'll turn everything off on that.
Yeah. I mean, my audio input capture is only my high definition microphone, and there's no way my microphone is picking up the audio in my headphones over this.
Right. Well, I've tried something here. Can you still hear me?
I can't see you.
Ah. Right. Okay.
So yeah, not hearing it now. Yeah, you've gone all sort of black and screeny. There we go. Hey, I can see you.
Yeah. Right. Okay. And you can hear me, yeah?
I can, yes.
Right.
The thing
So
is, I can't hear the broadcast coming through over mine. So I don't understand how it's coming through there.
right. Well, I shall.
I can try. I tell you what I can do actually.
It's like someone's mic is picking up the audio, but I'm using my big mic in front of me, and the audio's coming out of these, so I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna go to my audio source because so, yeah.
Right, I'm going to press play on mine again now. Hopefully, Luke Hose will tell me if he can hear it, because I've just shut desktop audio down on OBS. I've never had to do that before. But what about now, Chris?
I'm wondering whether or not it's coming over mine and it's the actual. So yeah, if I press play here. There you go. I'm wondering if it's coming through the audio mixer. I'm wondering if I'm gonna try the audio monitor now.
You can't hear anything now because I've killed my desktop audio.
I've got desktop audio set up as well. So I'm picking up your feed and playing it through. So it's possible that it's both of us.
Yeah, but I've never ever had to do that before.
No, but when you were coming in, I've got you now. You should be a little bit quieter than me.
Right, okay. I can turn my mic down if need be.
No, you shouldn't have to. It's just the fact that I've just got you. I had your audio turned up, and I think I was picking up your feed. So it was both of us. You were sending your feed to me, and I was sending it through, and I was dialing it up.
Okay, well, he could still hear the Doctor Who theme then, but I'll turn my mic down a bit anyway.
Yeah.
I don't want to fall foul of the censors, do we? So
I can't believe it happened. I was looking at it. I was like, what? Yeah, you are talking nonsense, sir.
Right. Am I still loud enough?
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah, but is that quieter than it was? Because I've turned my mic down.
I can actually see it now in the audio mixer. I can actually see it. I can actually see it where he's saying Captain Yates come in. I can actually see it popping up on the screen. I couldn't see it before, but I can see it now. That's fascinating. I've never seen this before.
Oh, nor have I. It wouldn't be a Doctor Who Saturday without these sort of things going on, would it?
But it's good. I kind of like the idea that we can't actually do that.
Well, yeah, but it's not helpful if the stream keeps getting pulled down because of it.
I know that, but I wasn't expecting that. I didn't see that coming at all. That's a surprise.
Right. So, what do you want to do? Do you want to start this episode again, since I've missed the entire beginning of it?
Yeah, we can go back. We'll go back to so yeah.
If we go back to 0.
Yeah, well, you can go. It depends on where you are. Yeah, go on. Go back to 0 if you want to. Go back to the opening title.
Tell me when you're ready, and we'll try again.
3, 2, 1, play. Diddly-dee, diddly, diddly-dee, diddly-dee, diddly, diddly-dee, 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 diddly-dee.
Right, I've turned my media player down to 4%, so I can still just about hear it. I've turned my mic down. I can't do anything else this side.
I'm not seeing it popping up on the mixer.
Yeah. Yeah, we have just started again from episode 4. Lucosa, we're at 36, 37 seconds now.
Now this is quite a way back into the previous episode. Like normally they have a little bit of a tie over for the cliffhanger, but this is a big tie over.
I suppose you know the threat of killing Mike Gates off. I suppose you need to have quite a lead in.
Yeah, and the part where no one from the military recognizes the sound of a V1. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that bomb just sounds like someone whistling. God, me, I'd imagine a V1 would be a slightly bigger explosion than that.
Last night's chili. Amazing the master's knowledge of the history, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's literally Professor Moriarty, isn't he? Probably should have painted the underside of it though.
Taking the wheels off. Nobble. Nobble him? Nobble him?
I thought that was the piece of apparatus Joe had hold of. The nobbling. Sometimes the supporting cast just can't do as they're told, can they?
Ah, there it is.
I don't actually mind that TARDIS design. It looks better in the program than it did on the pictures we had.
No, it's not a good look. Maybe if it was backlit, probably a little bit better.
Carwin, we've had worse.
Yeah, I know. I can't imagine why you'd want to go back there since he aged 6 years in as many seconds as the last time he was there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, notice one of the signs have broken up the top.
Eh.
I mean, that thing just took a beating.
At least they've drawn attention to it looking different.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what they could have done. I don't even know why they did this.
What about the time rotor unit? What do you think of that?
I mean, it's again, it's okay. The console itself is okay. Yeah, in those shots there, you can actually see how where they've rebuilt the TARDIS. They keep buggering up the walls, so the walls aren't exactly where they're supposed to be. They're too far out. They're supposed to be recessed in by about 3 inches, and because they're too far out, you end up with the roof sitting on top, which ends up with this gap underneath. They buggered around with that prop something terrible. By the end of his run, they needed a new prop just because it was knackered. Yeah, the Londoners line was cringely awful, yes.
Yeah. No argument with that.
I do find it weird that even though they've now moved into colour, that they left a lot of colour absent from the actual TARDIS.
Well, I think for at the time it did kind of work because.
But yeah, you've gone from black and white to colour, and normally when they did that, you'd add a lot of colour to it. Like the Time Rotor itself is a bit more colourful, but you'd have thought that they would have recoloured the console.
His TARDIS is inside ours instead of well the other way round.
Again, it's a weird thing that they did.
I'm finding it very difficult to take Tom Tit seriously.
Yeah. I mean, there are several jokes you can make about that.
Yeah. Moving on.
Am I the only one thinking Logopolis right now? I mean, obviously, again, it's one of those high-end ideas that they don't dabble with. I like the fact that they made a lighting distinction between the Master's TARDIS and the Doctor's. Next up is painting a tunnel on the wall.
Up next is birdseed on the floor with ball bearings in.
A piano hanging above on a rope.
Here, you suit yourself, mate. Let's just have those hands up in the air, shall we?
I should have disposed of you while I had the chance.
Yes, well, you'll never have a better one. Stu seems got a gun. Stuart, watch out!
I like that though, with the doors. They just all slid in. Oh, what do you think of the time rotor for the Master's TARDIS?
Oh, it's quite interesting, isn't it?
I mean, there's simple little differences.
I never know whether you're joking or not. Oh, I think that fixed my tailbone.
Sorry about your coccyx, Joe, but these sort of things are said to try us. Coccyx, your tailbone.
I'm sorry about your coccyx too, Miss Grant.
We all are.
Well, I don't think we should touch it.
Why ever not?
Well, the Doctor was going after his TARDIS, right?
Right.
So that thing there is a sort of time machine, isn't it?
So what?
Well, so we'd better leave well alone.
You're in command, Sergeant Benton.
Yes.
Right foul up you made of it too.
Well, not exactly his fault.
Don't look at me. You can't say I didn't warn you, now can you?
Oh, well, I'll listen to you next time. That was the closest I'll ever come to catching the Master, that was.
Oh, no, it's not the end of the world, now is it?
Isn't it? Well, the Doctor seems
Why didn't you just shoot him
I
then?
know, yeah. Several times you had the gun on him.
Pity's sake, look, you two make me sick. Standing about murdering like a couple of old women.
Old women?
Look, I mean it, Stu. Well, okay, he's gone off somewhere, so he's gone off. Whether he's gone into the past or the future,
All I know is
I
we-
don't know. In fact, I don't care. The point is that we are here and now. Now, what we've got to do is to define the
That's all very well, Miss Ingram, but I'm...
Stop right there, Professor. Problem's defined. Come and have a look.
exactly the same as before.
How can it be the same as before now that the crystal's gone?
Works independently, even about the crystal.
But you realise we're still trapped.
Some bad miking issues there.
Why don't you let me turn off the transmitter?
Well, I don't think we ought to.
Perhaps we could get out through the back. It may not work all the way round.
I bet it does. How do you propose finding out? I mean, once you're stuck, you're stuck.
Yes, and only the Doctor can get you out.
Well,
All right, Dr. Ingram, switch it off.
aha, a man of decision.
Go on, then switch it off.
But I have.
They're still stuck.
But that's impossible.
That's not gone well, has it?
Yeah.
Yes, and we're still trapped. In here.
What can I do for you, Doctor? Or is your visit?
I wonder if what they've done there is just take the standard TARDIS set and just filled it with those.
Why not join me out here?
Like, I don't even know where they would have got them from. But I would have said that they're probably more of a found item. They look like old lamp covers.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they might just made them.
I don't think so. I think they definitely look more like a found item. Again, they look like the old overhead lamp covers.
They've definitely put them white centres in them because I've got a lamp to go.
Mm. And they were notorious for dumpster diving.
Don't you realize that your plan is good? You know, he has an excellent brain, that man. Though a little
told me he was safe in there.
Once he realizes that he's talking to himself, he'll be out here like a shot. Ah, he's realized it at last. That took a long time, a slow bit of fool. He cannot bear not to have the last word.
He's not even listening. Turn the sound off.
How nice is it?
We've got to make him listen. It's our only chance of stopping him.
You're thinking of going up there, are you?
Not if I can help it.
What are you going to do then?
He's turned his sound receiver off. I suppose myself heard without him. If the Thraskin puts his fingers in his ears, it is polite to shout. That's an old Venusian proverb.
What's Thraskin?
More Venusians.
It's an archaic word.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in use since the 25th dynasty. The modern equivalent is plinge.
What is plinge?
I just told you. It means Thraskin.
Of course.
The third Doctor would be buggered if he'd never gone to the Venusian homeworld.
I don't know how many outtakes there were for this, but I've got to give them more credit for being able to keep a straight face every time they say Tom Tit on here.
Again, supporting actors being proactive. It's something, it's something that
Yeah.
you don't get in Doctor Who.
Molecular structure stable, increasing power. How's the time, Reg?
Steady on 004.
Right, isolate matrix scanner.
Check. 4550.
Interstitial activity.
Shooting up. 556065. Settle down. Settle down.
Increasing power.
656050504540.
Right, that should be enough. I think the level should be okay now. Right, now let's have a look at it. Made no difference. They're still stuck.
Well, it's made a bit of a difference. Bentham fell over.
Between the Tom Tit and the Nobler prop, this must have had a swarm of Tit. I bet it did, yeah.
They've youthed Benton.
What are you going to do, Master?
Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing. Hot as ice. Can't turn me off. Daniel, you've got to listen to me now.
Have I?
Obviously, you've not as yet been able to bring Kronos through. Otherwise, you wouldn't be going to the black.
I just find it weird that they got rid of the screen just so they could have this, like, one of the recesses be the screen instead.
I'm sorry, Doctor. What was that again?
What language was that? English? Just don't get it.
My words even before I've spoken them and feeding them back to me through the TARDIS's telepathic circuits, making them come out backwards.
The TARDIS is a telepathic?
How else do you think they communicate?
I mean, again, right in lore of Doctor Who and, again, high-end concept stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff that is these days just accepted. The fact that the TARDIS is alive, the fact that it's telepathic.
Means you'll be locked out.
All the stuff that the new Whovians are watching and going, oh, isn't it a great idea that they come up with this? And it's like, yeah, 50 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything happens to you?
I don't care about you, you fool, I'll be stuck in the TARDIS. Just completely unaware of his responsibilities.
I am Crassus, high priest of the temple of Poseidon.
Now, you can see how buggered the TARDIS prop is there. They've actually just stuffed a bit of white plastic into the top slot. Here comes Flappy Birdman.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
You knew that they knew it was crap, and they trying to cover it. A little bit of playing with the effects. And that's the end of that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I'm assuming all is good, seeing as you haven't had any warnings for this episode.
Yeah. So far, yeah, nothing at all. It's yeah. Again, they must have known. They must have known when they had that costume that it was just like, this is bad, because they've tried everything they can to mask it and to. Oh, you've got ting, and yeah, I think that they knew when they were trying to mask it. They've kept it out of focus. They've tried to, sweep in and sweep out with the shots.
Yeah, they only really cocked up on the bit where you could see him obviously swinging across that lab.
Swinging back and forth.
Yeah, if they'd have kept that as a, it actually looked like something trying to smash against the windows. But as soon as it went long, it's like, oh, it's a bloke on a swing.
Yeah. I don't know what I would have done to have kept it, to keep it sort of nebulous.
I know you're redoing the effect of the rocket for Ambassador of Death. If you're going to tell me now you're going to make yourself a bird suit and a swing in your front room, I mean, I'll tune in, but that'll be something to see.
I don't think I'd do a bird suit. I don't know what I would have done. I really don't know. I would have definitely added more colour to the console and to the console room itself. not the best. I don't understand how that moved, to be honest though. Like they shouldn't have moved the camera at all there.
No. I'm not sure about an extreme emergency lever either, but there you go.
I mean, it doesn't matter how many buttons or things that they click. Really, you're still left with the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
It would have been a bit more had they had gone, you know, press this, click this, and turn that. But you'd have still been left in the same situation. This set here for Atlantis is quite quite a decent sized set. Yeah, there she is. Wink of an eye and a kit's off. She's only just wearing clothes now.
My lord, your holiness, most venerable priest of... Yes, I hear you, friend. Lord, may I speak plainly? It would grieve me to think you would ever speak otherwise. Speak as a friend should. You are popular, darling.
Nice looking pussy as well, actually. Stroking it on screen as large as life. Someone had to say it, mate. Sorry.
Can't take you seriously, mate. You're wearing a skirt. There's a lot of extras in this when you look at it.
There is.
There's a couple of guys standing there just guarding the doors in the background. There's a couple of guys across the back as well.
I'm just wondering if this sort of set was used in any other BBC production at the time, because that looks a lot to chuck together for an episode of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I mean,
considering the money they had.
I would have thought it would have been, considering like the door panels as well.
You know, that could have dropped straight out of something like I, Claudius, or, you know, a program of that ilk.
I think Claudius would have been after this.
Yeah. I'm just coming up with the type of program it could have been from.
Yeah, hell of a set. It's just, and even the stage floor has been painted up as well. They don't normally paint the stage floor, or if they do, it's normally just like a one coat, one colour. Is that the guy who played Julius in the Tripods? Probably. Yeah, you would. I ate that up.
Here we are, Joe. On our way to Atlantis.
You can't just take the TARDIS wherever you want, can you? I mean, you haven't even managed to fix it yet. Or have you?
No, not entirely. The time sensor will lead us to where the master...
So yeah.
Not inside it.
No, I hope not. Not this time. We'll soon find out.
But Crassus, I beseech you, please give me the chance.
So what's his name? Derek Murcott, isn't it?
What, playing Creto?
But not for long. Guards! No! I forbid it.
Champions, tomorrow people.
They are the enemies of the Master, and therefore the enemies of our people and our land.
Come here to warn you.
Silence! You will regret this interference, Lord. Take them to the king. You think that good reason for the king?
Your high priest saw the pistol in my hand. He saw Kronos himself. Saw him dominated by me. Crassus? No,
Crassus is but a slave at heart.
maybe. But he has come to learn that it is well to obey me.
Seek to make me fear you.
Not at all. But if you will but see, like Crassus, that I am indeed the master of Kronos, then naturally you will obey me. You will obey me.
That there's George Cormac, isn't it?
A very elementary technique of fascination. I'm too old a fish, too old in years and in the hidden ways to be caught. You are no expert. Tell me then, what of great Poseidon? What did he have for breakfast? Fish, I suppose. And what of Zeus and Hera? What is the latest?
I like the fact that they take these sort of ancient characters, but don't make fools of them. Make them, you know, just because they lived in a time previous technology, it doesn't mean that their intelligence is lacking.
Yeah.
You pull a string and want to see me dance. You shall not have the crystal.
I shall go now. I have nothing more to say to you.
You have said nothing to me yet. When you find the true words.
Good afternoon. Now, where have I seen Dactyls? Can't think of anything to say.
How about custards boiled again?
Come this way.
Again, it's an extensive set. I mean,
It's a really, really well put together set. Yeah, like you were saying about the floor.
yeah, I mean it's okay. Those doors are a bit contemporary. The ones in the background.
You are welcome, Jojo Grant. Surely as an ancient kind of goddess was sent from Olympus.
I'm not a goddess. Honestly, I'm not.
No, of course you are not, my child. Forgive the clumsy gallantry of an old man, and pray don't stand out of practice. Victor,
Lord?
take the Lady Jojo Grant to the Queen while I talk with this,
Oh, this is the doctor.
this learned man.
This way, lady.
Yes, yeah. I would have potentially changed the doorknobs.
Cyprus has all the delicacy for red-necked fishermen.
Nevertheless, he did save our lives.
That to be so.
But what did you think of him, Lucky?
Like the bearing of a god, maybe.
My very thought. In fact, my very word. Are you teasing me?
So it was actually John Pertwee apparently that had Ingrid Pitt cast in this. It was his idea.
I shan't be angered by your reply. Yes, it is an honest.
I like the Lord Hippias better.
Sweet dream. A confection for a child's taste. I prefer this mouse. He would not cloy upon the tongue as Hippias does.
He's a very handsome man.
Handsome. I look running. But his face. It was a face of power. A man with such a face would dare risk the world to win his own side. Hippias is but of course a petulant boy.
And a foolish one, no doubt, to trust a queen.
Foolish, certainly.
I mean, Jesus H. Christ.
Enough to love a queen. No, Lackeys, come back. The Lord Hippias is not staying.
The Lord Hippias would not be here at all, but he has been sent on an errand by the king.
Then give me your message and go.
Lady? I did my best. Lady Galea, may I present to you the Lady Jojo Grant? The king bids you treat her as an honored guest.
How do you... Greetings.
Come from a far land?
Couldn't be much further.
She and her companion fell from the skies, as did the master.
Day of wonder.
Say that again.
Why should I say it again? Lackeys? Show the Lady Jojo
Oh,
Grant.
it's just Joe, actually. With her.
Show the Lady Jo into a guest room. And give her attire more fitting to a lady of the hall. And Lucky? Return quickly. I have an errand for you.
And none for me to run? A flower, perhaps? A token of undying love to some lordling of the court. But no, it will be dead before...
I'm not fond of his wig, I'll be honest though.
No, but it's in. They're kind of giving it an in-keeping style across a lot of them, haven't
It's
they?
sort of, yeah, but I mean, you can see his sideburns underneath it.
Yeah.
So have a care.
Like he wasn't going to shave those off, but
I took you for another. I knew Galea once, you see. The woman, not the queen. A sweet and loving lady. I took you for her. Please look at me.
You may go.
I thank you, lady.
Lackeys? Lackeys, come to me at once. Come close. Go to the Lord Master. And when no one is near, say quietly to him only one word. Cronus.
interesting fade out.
Yeah, the plot thickens.
It's good though. I mean, it's taking time to breathe now because it's building up for the final episode. It's not gunning it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We tried, and merely split smaller crystal from it. It cannot be destroyed.
It's like the TARDIS. As it's being outside time, its appearance is here.
You are a philosopher, friend.
Wisdom is the secret truth, I am.
There you go. And now you know why the TARDIS is indestructible.
Find a way to stop these evil men. Help me to save Atlantis from destruction.
Where is she? The master waits for no one. I shall return when the queen is ready to speak with me.
Please stay. Lord, great Lord, be seated. The wine. You may go. Minister to the needs of our guests.
Lady Queen, you are beautiful.
I mean, that is just tiny. You
You reckon it'll get Mum's approval?
She is phenomenally small. She's borderline two-dimensional.
The IKEA assistant.
You can't believe how actually tiny she is, though. Like she's got something like a 14-inch waist.
You want the crystal?
I am going to possess it.
Not without my consent.
Of course not. But, I am confident that you will do it.
Why should I help her?
For the sake of Atlantis, lady. Would you not see her restored to her former glory? Rich, powerful, magnificent among the nations of the world? Who would not be ruler of such a country?
Nothing must happen to Dalwin.
Why should he? He will rule for many years. The beloved sovereign of a happy and prosperous people.
But surely you would want...
Well, surely.
He's such a smooth talker, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. But again, it goes in favour with the lighting on this as well, because you can see how well they are punched out against sort of the background.
Yeah.
I mean, it's well lit, and you can see like how it's lit there, because you got such strong shadows. Like normally, if something's very evenly lit, you get sort of a very soft shadow, but that's very, very black.
The crystal shall be yours. Deep in the earth, beneath
But you look at her there. She's isolated very well from that background behind her. It looks very good. And I guess she's being hit from 3/4 side.
Yeah, and yeah, the focus is well done as well.
certain depth to try.
What is within?
The garden.
Who is the guard?
A beast. A man. You can take your choice. Once he was my friend, fellow counselor, a great athlete.
Yeah, you can really see it in this shot here, whereby how dark they playing with the shadows in the background.
Strength of the bull.
They lighten the actors specifically for lighting the actors.
So should I. But Cronus in his blind sport gave him his desire.
It's very theatrical, but very nice.
Head of a bull. So he has remained for the past 500 years or more.
Do find that in particularly in the classic Who series, a lot of the major supporting cast, like this guy, they enunciate in a very Shakespearean actor kind of way, they bars and it's whoa and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Again,
It's good. It's like proper stage acting.
Yeah, and that's it. They pull in the acting source from theatre, and working actors back then were working stage and TV. So
Yeah.
One step would be of listening.
Truly.
Hippias.
Do what they please. We'll tell the doctor that's what matters. Now take me to the king. Would you rather let your precious ones face that creature?
Oh, come quickly then.
it's a hell of a name, though, isn't it? Hippie ass. Move your hippie ass up those stairs.
Or is it just a stoked donkey?
Got to see the doctor. It's a matter of life and death. To hear what I've got to say.
Oop.
Yeah, I did that earlier. Except I caught mine.
See, look at this for lighting.
Yeah, that's great.
Wonderful stuff. There we are. That's the end of that one.
That was a good zoom in as well at the end.
Crash zoom, yeah. Like I said, we get in there now. We get into the point whereby it's gonna play out with the situation with Kronos, but it's good that it's taking its time to breathe in and not sort of just. They could have done this probably in 4 episodes, but I don't think you'd have got as much supporting actor play and character development as well.
Well, no, I mean episode 4. Episode 4 had that good crossover because we started off in the realms of proper kind of science fiction with time machines and fields and distortions and then it's kind of now switched over to ancient Atlantis. And it needed, you're right, it needed those couple of episodes in the middle to spread that bit of the story out so you could understand what's going on as a viewer rather than they do these days. Yeah, rather than what they do these days is just like bang, change, and this is what's happened.
There's Dave. Oh, you've got to bear in mind, right? You look at him there, you're like, oh, he's a bloke that looks like he's in shape, but he is 6'7". Like,
yeah,
that there is the entire front row of a rugby team.
Well, I mean, when he was, that sort of age, he was in that. He was in shape.
Yeah, he was shape. Thank God that wasn't made of steel. That would have been embarrassing. he did it in one move. That wasn't even a struggle. Like, you want to bear that in mind. He just took a full-grown man and just launched him.
Yeah, the Doctor being a matador is a little bit silly, but he'll do.
He got chucked into oblivion.
It's the crystal of Kronos.
Dun, dun, dun.
Pity you will not live to see the end.
You're mistaken, Alexis. You value your own life, you will take me to see the king. Now!
I am the king. And didn't we tell you?
Yeah, again, it's you know it's going to be the master's confidence. It's going to be his undoing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You must leave me to it. You would question my decision?
It depends what you mean to do.
You must learn to obey my love. I will. Carry out my commands without question like a soldier.
You mean like a servant girl? And you must learn my love, that Galea is the queen.
I could see her being quite formidable with the master.
Yeah, I'd think so.
I could actually see her sort of getting on a bit better with the master as well.
Well, the whole of creation is very delicately balanced in cosmic terms, yes. The master opens the floodgates of Kronos' power. All order and all structure will be swept away. Nothing will be left but chaos. I felt like that once when I was young. It was the blackest day of my life. Ah, well, that's another story. I'll tell you about it one day. The point is that day was not only my blackest, but also my best. Well, when I was a little boy, we used to live in a house that was perched halfway up atop of a mountain. And behind our house was set under a tree an old man, a hermit, a monk. He lived under this tree for half his lifetime, so they said, and learned the secret of life. So, when my black day came, I went and asked him to help me. Well, I'm coming to that, Jeff.
Twix, eat a Twix. Turned out it was a blood sugar problem.
Unfortunately, John Pertwee's got it wrong. Doctor never was a little boy in current canon, was he?
Yes, he was. You take that
Yeah, I know
back.
it. I know. I was being sarcastic. You know damn well what I think of that.
Apparently, they plan on doubling down on it as well.
It's all right. Doctor's final regeneration was Peter Capaldi, and he died after saying, "Don't eat pears."
So later I got up, and I ran down that mountain, and I found that the rocks weren't grey at all. They were red, brown, purple, and gold. You still frightened, Joe? Sorry I brought you here, Baroness.
Inside, old man.
I demand to be taken to the Lady Galea.
You'll do as you're told.
How dare you lay your hands on me? I shall see the Queen. Out of my way, slave!
Now, it's a bit of an issue for me as part of the plot here, because I don't believe any guard would immediately turn on their king.
No.
You don't know what the master's done, but it would be a nice little part if they had actually put something in there. I mean, given that we are dealing with the sort of the history of Atlantis, the notion that maybe he was going to lead them to ruin might have been something to play on. It's not a huge issue for me, but it is something that they could have done.
Yeah.
Greetings to you, my brothers. I grieve to see the council is so small. And yet I rejoice that you, the few who have put me here, have come to claim your just reward. Today, you shall see the mighty one himself. Kronos, the most terrible. Crassus, the high priest, will assist me. Prepare, Crassus.
I wonder if they recorded all this square scene in one day.
I do like the little bit of reverb they've put on the voices, though, to make it sound like it. Lucosa's saying Lord Master is not an example of good script writing.
I mean, he wasn't really. Let's be honest here. It's a bit of a lie on the other. He might have ordered him to be put in the cell, but he didn't order the guard to beat the shit out of him.
He was an old man, and he was stubborn. Seize him! Seize him! What is the switch? No, stop it! Stop it! Kronos! I, the master, welcome you.
Come, pigeon boy, come.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what Joe thought she was going to do. She must weigh like 40 pounds. I'm just seeing a guy stuck him in the rafters in the BBC studio, like they can't put him down.
Atlantis ruined by an overgrown finger bob.
No, you're the one who's finished. Do you think that creature out there will ever let you control it?
I do so already. He came when I called, you saw that yourself. You know, that was worthy of a late lamented doctor himself. You know, I can keep myself lying, polished him off long. Just think of the future. Dominion of all time and all space. Absolute power forever. And no doctor to ruin things for me.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll pull fortune out for you.
They could have fixed that console down a bit more solid than that.
Yeah.
Destructible as that wretched TARDIS of yours. And how exactly do you propose to sort me out?
As I remember, the thing was on caster, so anytime you touched it, it just moved around.
I have Kronos, and I have Miss Grant. Now, my reason tells me that I hold all the cards.
One card that you've forgotten. Trump card. I can stop you whenever I please.
You are bluffing, Doctor.
How about time, Ram?
Time ram? You couldn't do it in that old crock.
Are the two operating on the same fleet? Our controls are locked together. Keep yourself. Well, what will happen? That control goes over to safety position.
Given that's a close up here, you'd have thought they could have painted out the sticker lines. You can see the old stickers on the panel.
Oblivion.
Top of the class. Extinction. Total annihilation.
Well, they did the budget on the Atlantean sets, didn't they? Gotta say, I didn't see their Stargate there anywhere.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Time ram. Do you think I'm going to dance to the Doctor's tune like some Lapong voodoo? Look, Doctor, you want to stop me? Try.
I mean, they could have done something with that there.
Yeah, they could
A
have
little bit
done.
of paint, something.
Give you one last chance.
Nonsense! You can't bring yourself to destroy her. Now admit it. It's that fatal weakness of yours, Doctor. Pity, compassion. You know, for a moment there, you almost had me believing you.
Don't listen to him, Doctor! Of all those millions of people who die, all those millions of people who'll never be born. Do it, Doctor! Quickly!
Joe, there may be another way.
Of course there is. The way to unimaginable glory.
Goodbye, Doctor! No! Too late!
There we go. And the universe was destroyed by Joe Grant not listening. I mean, I'm not sure what went wrong with the CSO effect there.
1970s pop video, that one.
I couldn't even tell you what happened.
You all right?
I'm fine. Dead, of course, but I'm fine. Well, that's just it. I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, you're dead too, and so's the master.
I suppose we're all in heaven.
Yeah, or somewhere. Hey, come take a look.
Groovy.
Yes, very groovy.
Somehow I don't think we're in heaven.
Well, where are we then?
That's just it. I don't know myself. You shouldn't have put us into time, Ram, Joe.
Let's stay that would behind.
Myself.
Oh, really?
Now look, Joe. No, not
Yep.
greetings.
Your courtesy is always so punctilious, Doctor.
Do you know me?
Oh, no.
Well, you must forgive me, but can't quite place you.
I am who?
You? But you're a girl.
It shakes me nothing.
He's a better man than me. I would have said that. Take him.
Would you condemn anybody to an eternity of torment, even the master?
I have just realised what the end of this episode is because I loosely remember that somewhere along the line.
Right, Joe. About to land back in Cambridge. Just think. It all happened 3,500 years ago.
Increasing power. Now concentrate, Stu. Increasing power.
4550.
Isolate matrix scanner.
Check. What's going on here? 606570.
See if it's working, Stu.
Yes, it is.
Good.
Seems to be working a bit too well.
It's running away again.
Everybody get down. It's going to go up.
I see some smoke coming
Yeah,
out of
BBC
that.
effect smoke is.
Just have to start right at the beginning again.
No, I couldn't. Not without the professor. Just as well, I guess.
So it's done its job. Everything's now back to normal.
Right, quiet still, everyone. Where's the master?
Very good question, Brigadier.
Doctor, glad to see you back. What on earth are you doing that extraordinary together? And where, for heaven's sake, is Sergeant Benson?
The baby. We forgot the baby.
Would somebody please mind telling me exactly what's happening around here?
There you go. That's the end of Time Monster. Let's stop that there. So there we go. The Time Monster. The Master technically got away again because the Doctor had granted him his freedom. Again, it's one of those. It's dealing with larger concepts. So Kronos is more of a godlike creature and is above good and evil more than anything else. The execution of the flappy pigeon suit, you know that's not what they were going for. That's what they landed on, but that's not what they were going for.
Yeah.
But anyway, Chris, what do you think of that?
I thought that was great. I really liked the build up of that story and the way they told it. It absolutely flew by, and you know when something flies by, it's generally pretty good.
It's not bad. I there are things maybe I would have changed a little bit, just to have added a bit more dynamic. I mean, again, we're looking at it retrospectively as a binge watch, as opposed to how you would have seen it week to week to week. I think I would have killed some of the overlap for the cliffhangers, so that you didn't have so much at the start of an episode. Just because you didn't really need it. And I mean, probably the worst offender is probably episode 3 into 4, I think, with the Doodlebug.
Yeah, I mean, they could have shaved some time off there and possibly got it down to a 5-parter, but I don't know. I think that kind of works. I'd imagine they spent a lot of money on the Doodlebug sound and the explosion. They just wanted to use it again.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Again, you would find that actually with the BBC that in the way that it works, that you can't just put something in at the sort of the end of an episode. If you're paying for it, you're paying for the entire license. It's the same with actors. If you put an actor in at the end of an episode, you've got to pay them the price that they would have to pay for the full episode. So it probably works out a similar sort of thing. Yeah, well, I think what you'll find as well with this episode, more than anything else, is that the music actually improves as it goes through.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
It starts off being a bit sort of
whimsical is the word you're looking for.
funky, I was going for. Yeah, it works as a six-parter for me. Nothing like the sort of pattern that a lot of six-parters had. Yeah, I mean, again, I think what you're seeing with these six-parters is that they tend to divide it up into two stories. That's what you generally got. But in this one it works for it because you've got a present day what's going on, and the Atlantean part that's going on. But because it is bouncing back and forth through time, and it's generally about a thing that exists outside of time as well, it does work, I think, and it's when it works. You know, if you're going to tell a larger story like this, I mean, we're going to get around to it in a few weeks' time when we do. We finish off doing Pertwee and we go back to sort of Hartnell era. But like a good example of, I mean, a very good example of Doctor Who doing a large like six-part story and bouncing through time is The Chase. The Chase is phenomenal for it. I know some people think it's kind of, I mean, it's probably sort of like seen as tongue-in-cheek, but I think The Chase is a brilliant episode of Doctor Who for that very reason. What do you think of the idea of the Master wanting to summon Kronos in the first place, though? Like, you know, given that he wants to seize control, the notion that the Master's going to hand himself over to this higher god, is it part of his ego that he thinks he can control it?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, you know, throughout everything, the Master always thinks, no matter how many times he gets foiled, he always thinks that he's better, more intelligent, more resourceful than anybody else. No matter how many times he gets proved wrong, right the way through, even though we're not fans of the last story that he was in, even right up to that, he comes unstuck because he thinks he's so much better and so more powerful than everybody else.
So, the reason why I asked that is because we're coming off the back of things like The Demons, where he had done pretty much a very similar thing. So I'm just wondering whether or not, you know, this sort of god dabbling is, I mean, I think that it's less of a characteristic of the Masters, but it's certainly indicative of sort of this era with Delgado.
I don't mind it personally. I mean, I suppose, you know, you or I, if we tried to dabble in that and went wrong, we'd be like, oh, I'm not going to do that again. But then neither you or I are megalomaniacs,
Yeah,
so.
but it's still like I was not fans of Frontier in Space. We sort of, when we went through that, it was just the fact that Frontier in Space wasn't as good as they'd done. What was it, Colony in Space, wasn't it? What was it wasn't it? It was Colony in Space. That's what we watched.
Yeah, Colony in Space.
I've got to go get my list now. Yeah, it's just the fact that I think that, you know, if you're gonna make it part of the Master's ego, that he thinks that he can deal with gods, then it's something that they've been inconsistent with. I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that, you know, his new regenerations kind of decided that was not a good idea, and he actually did learn from that. Let me just have a look here.
Frontier in Space is the one after Carnival of Monsters.
Yeah, we haven't got to that yet.
We've done Colony. We haven't done Frontier yet.
Yeah, Colony in Space was a bit. Ooh. I mean, Claws of Axos was one whereby you were looking at it and going, yeah, this is a bit hokey, but at least it's memorable. Whereas Colonoscopy in Space was not great.
Right. It's all right. I see Luke Coase has cleared that up in the comments now, what he meant.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Crossed wires.
Yes. But again, no, he does the same sort of thing with... I mean, Colony in Space, he comes in sort of as the administrator, sort of halfway through. But actually about episode 4, I think. The Demons. The Demons is the one I like the most, where he's actually dealing with demonic forces. Whereas with this one, I kind of feel like he's just trying to unleash something. So it's... I think the Demons is the one where he's trying to seize power. With this one, he's just trying to control Kronos. And I'm not... You can kind of see the ego of the Master there, I suppose. But I think that it's not... I could believe it if he wanted to steal Kronos' power. That would be something I would have said was more indicative of the Master, as opposed to just trying to sort of put it in his place.
I think the good thing about this is something that you've said quite often, and we've touched on quite a few times during the Pertwee run, is this time it was dealing with myths and legends and gods and what have you, and it wasn't Alien of the Week at the end. It was what they said. So yeah, and it worked.
It does work. Of course, it works because you're dealing with other realm stuff. You're dealing with you're expanding the universe. You're not going, oh yeah, by the way, it was Derek the alien. The idea that you can introduce this wider universe of all things are possible, why would you shut that down? Like, and the other part of that as well, it goes to the fact that all these alien invasions that happen on Earth, why aren't they happening throughout history? Like, why does it only happen in the 20th and 21st century? What's that about? It makes sense that these things would be happening throughout time, but in the case of something like Kronos isn't an alien. Kronos is this other being that exists outside of time that is just this force. And the fact that you've got these myths, these legends, Atlantis, there's a whole episode there, that they can't make now. But I mean, there are ways and means and methods. So yeah, but there's lots of other myths that they can do. There's lots of other stuff. It would be great to see them dabble in more in like the Japanese myths and legends. The old Chinese ghost stories. Oh, that'd be fabulous stuff. Because the Chinese ghost stories don't treat ghost stories like ghosts. Do you know what I mean? They don't treat it as a sort of like now the ghost's coming back to kill you. Because what would be the point? You'd be dead. You'd be a ghost. You'd kick their ass. But those sorts of ghost stories that they could latch on to. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff that they could do, and this is a good example of it, I think. Yeah, I mean, when it gets to the end where Kronos is the big face on the screen, I think maybe they could have done something else there as well, but it was kind of, you could see how out there they were trying to push the concept, which is something that they wouldn't do today. And again, they don't do it in other science fiction. I was thinking about this the other day when thinking about Who Mourns for Adonis from Star Trek the original series. You know, a lot of people, you know, remember the whole green hand in space grabbing the Enterprise. And some people, you know, look at that and go, "Oh, that's a hokey effect," and whatnot. Yeah, but you remember it. Yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
it's memorable, and the high end concept of that is that there's this godlike creature that has just caught this spaceship with his hand, and you know, it's the idea of it, the idea that you can't rationalize what this creature is. You know, that's lost now in science fiction. There's no, everything has to be explained with, you know, you have to be able to write an equation that can explain it. Whereas
I'll tell you one thing in there that was a portent of things to come is when we was hearing the Doctor's subconscious, there was a female voice in amongst it.
yeah, yeah, but I tell you this, they had talked about having a female doctor. As I understand it, I remember an interview with Patrick Troughton whereby they were talking about it way back when they were done the Three Doctors.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got no problem with a doctor of any race or any sex at all, as long as they write the doctor. That's the important part that they've missed.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, Tom Baker was talking about his coming up to the end of his run as to who was going to be the next Doctor, and he even dropped in maybe it's a she. You know, this is not a new idea that they've done. It's just the fact of how they've done it.
That's the crux of the matter. I mean, you know,
the worst part of it is the fact that Jodie is lumped with it, and you can see why somebody like Colin Baker is rallying to her defense, because he had the same stick. You know, he was given the crap end and had to run with it. And it makes it worse when the fact that it is a great part. You know, this is a part that has literally changed the lives of pretty much every single person that's played it. You know, it's don't get me wrong, Patrick Troughton would have been a working actor, a successful working actor without it. It's just, would he be as remembered as he is now? I don't think so.
I mean, Tom Baker was a bit part stage actor and a labourer on a building site, and then he got the Doctor Who part, and then we all know who Tom Baker is.
Yeah,
So
he's the guy from Star Wars. Yeah, he is the guy from Star Wars. Played the tree in Rebels. More Star Wars Doctor Who stuff. Everybody from Doctor Who's in Star Wars. But yeah, no, it's right though. I mean, Peter Davison. You know, Peter Davison was mainly known for All Creatures Great and Small. I mean, you know, what's the most recent thing that he's done? Probably Law and Order. He's normally stage stuff now with Peter Davison. Not that, I mean, you know, he's a perfectly good actor, but you know, if you're gonna say, you know, what's he known for, you're gonna land on All Creatures or Doctor Who.
yeah.
Colin Baker was a villain in most things, and a good villain as well. Let's think. Sylvester McCoy would have been Tiswas, I think, for most people.
I knew him from Jigsaw, I think.
Yeah,
his program.
Yeah, well, I mean, Tiswas, I think a lot of people would have known because he used to do a lot of the physical comedy. So he was very much the clown of that show. So I mean, yeah, Jigsaw he would have done as well.
But of course, a lot of people now would know him as Radagast Brown from the Hobbit trilogy. You know, he's still working in film and that.
And again, but he only got that part because Peter Jackson is a Doctor Who fan.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why he got cast in that role, is because Peter Jackson wanted to work with the Doctor. You know, the man has his own Dalek. he just decided that he wanted to work with Sylvester McCoy because he loves Doctor Who. And I would give money to see Peter Jackson direct an episode of Doctor Who, but I'd want something with a decent budget, and a decent script. Get Peter Jackson to do the 60th.
Just get Peter Jackson to take over, I think, because it can't get any worse.
We kind of have this actual discussion as to who we would want to take over Doctor Who. You know, here's the difficult part though. You know, we say we talk about who would you want to sort of show run the current series. We don't know what the pressures are at the BBC. We don't know.
That's true.
We could be saying, you know, it does bother me when people say stuff about Chris Chibnall and his writing, like as if they were in the room when he wrote it. And they don't know. They don't. It's better to say, you know, they need to change the showrunners in terms of who is leading the BBC, who is leading the show. The fact that they've got this producer, head writer to be showrunner, he's just a figurehead for blame, as far as I can see. That's really all I've got on that. I don't know. Like we can look at, you know, I know some people would say, oh, Neil Gaiman, but to be honest, look at the past Neil Gaiman stories. I know some of them have been horribly mutated from where they were. And I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't really that enamored with Good Omens. So it's, you know, who do you think would make a good writer or a good producer for Doctor Who? Well, I mean,
who's the guy that does Black Mirror?
Charlie Brooker.
Charlie Brooker.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if he was given, I mean, he would never get it because it being the BBC. But if he was given free reign, I think the stories would be a lot more darker and a lot more akin to the sort of stories we were getting in the Philip Hinchcliffe era. You know, when it was a scary show for children.
But here's the thing, though. Like, given that the show's audience has changed, you'd think the show would change as well, right? I mean, as much as we, you know, sort of like walk through, you know, the library of Doctor Who, it tends to fall within certain BBC guidelines, right? Of pre-Watershed, pre-this, pre-the. I mean, can you imagine if somebody said, right then, this series is going to Amazon, right? And Amazon are going to make this show, and they are going to want certain things. But what are they going to do is they're going to take the gloves off and say, you can make this show as dark and as scary as you like. You can take this into any territory. Just make it new and fresh. I mean, the general feeling, because I have actually heard that they're only pushing Doctor Who to the 60th. That's what I've been told. Is that the show is going as far as the 60th, and then they potentially are going to be pulling the plug. But you can't blame the show, you certainly can't blame the fans for not wanting to participate, because look at the dirt you're throwing at them.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure who said it. I mean, I watched a YouTube video that was about 5.5 hours long. I watched it over time. Well, it's a young lad. I get the feeling he's a non-binary kind of chap. Jay someone or other. I can't remember his name, but I watched this video, and he is what I would consider the target audience to be now. It's not made for us anymore, like the old fans, because of how far it's gone. And yet he was like literally, without saying as much, over 5.5 hours, the conclusion was, well, it's shit now. And that's someone that's in their early 20s that is not necessarily a completely straight person that's watching the same thing we are and coming to the same conclusions.
The thing is, right, don't you think that the problem right now with Doctor Who is the fact that what we've just watched with the Time Monster is the fact that we've got a show that is dealing with wits. It's dealing with, again, you're dealing with these out there sci-fi ideas, but you're also trying to make it exciting. You're also trying to make it sort of put stakes there on the line, that are personal stakes. So it's not just the Doctor. It's not just. Yeah, I mean, in this it was the case of the universe is at risk. But in this story, it was the universe is at risk, but the Doctor's going to save Joe Grant first. You know, and then he's going to risk his own life to save Joe Grant, and then it ends up nearly costing him his life. I mean, these sorts of stakes are very, very much part of simple storytelling. You're going to put a hero forward. The thing I find is lacking with most modern Who, more than anything else, and I was going back and I was looking at sort of some of the episodes that we had seen recently with the David Tennant run. There's an element now, even if we go back 10 years to when Matt Smith was taking over, there is an element of swashbuckling that is completely missing from Doctor Who now. There's no peril or urgency. I feel is because like Doctor Who always seemed to be, I mean, particularly with what happens with John Pertwee's era, is the fact that he is a bit more swashbuckling.
Yeah.
But there's, even when you get to people like Peter Davison is a bit more runny around. But there's also the episodes whereby he's trapped in space and he's floating through space, and these big stakes just start becoming personal stakes, and I find that's also lacking. If you're gonna write a Doctor Who story, imagine now, because I dread to think what this is gonna look like, but they currently filming Indiana Jones 5, and I can only imagine what that's going to turn out like. But if you imagine what all the Indiana Jones films were like, with all the action and everything, they could have staged all the action scenes sort of on the ground, but they didn't. They had them on the move, whereas if they had done it sort of in modern Doctor Who style, it would have been done in a boardroom. And I think that's one of the things there's a lack of excitement. Let's just put it down like that. There's a lack of excitement to new Doctor Who. I got it from Ghost Monument. The first time I saw Ghost Monument was the one where I was like, really? You're not even going to show us this? You're just going to tell us? It was like, oh, there, over there in the distance are the Hills of Doom. Oh, we weren't going to go over there then. We're not going to go that way. We're going to go over this way. Don't touch that water, it'll kill you. Okay.
It's alright, we got a boat.
I mean, it was like, this planet was...
It reminds me of that bit from Blackadder 2, where Sir Walter Raleigh says to Sir Edmund, or Lord Blackadder, he says, "It rains so hard there it'll make your head bleed," and Blackadder goes, some sort of hat will be in order.
I mean, that's what it was. It was just like, you can't deliver these stakes and not follow through. Like, Chekhov's gun is in his holster and the bullets are empty. I mean, I don't know what to say. But that's how it feels. If everything feels slightly hollow.
I've got no interest in the future of the show at the moment as it stands. If they make it to the 60th and they make a multi-Doctor 60th and they bring back Capaldi, Tennant, Matt Smith, somehow manage to coerce Christopher Eccleston to appear, whatever, I will probably look at that just as a curio.
Do you honestly? I'm just out of curiosity here. How aware do you think the actors might be of what is the current state of the show? I mean, they interact with the fans.
Yeah, it depends how they look in. I mean, Christopher Eccleston. I mean, he bowed out ages ago and said he was never coming back. But now he's started doing conventions, and now he's doing Big Finish, and he's playing the Doctor again. All right, I know it's not with the BBC, which is where his issue was, but he's gradually come back to it, and it's not like he's been out of work since he finished it. So
But my
they must know.
question is mainly based upon the fact of, yeah, they could want to do a multi-part Doctor story or a multi-Doctor story, but would the actors want to be in it? Like
I think Tennant would.
Maybe Tennant because he's friends with Jodie.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Just maybe puts him in a tough position. But I mean, if you were Matt Smith, do you want to come back? I mean, I can.
Well, no, I mean, he's making films in Hollywood now, isn't he?
And
So
he's very much in touch with the fandom because he done. I mean, just over Christmas he done like the Doctor Who quiz. Him and Billy Piper, because he was friends. I think he actually dated Billy Piper. Before he got to play the Doctor. I don't think there would be another multi-Doctor story. Really? You think they're going to try something original? Let's just put that out there. I don't know. Like I said, it goes to show you the state. By the way, I mean, I don't know if you've realized or even know this, but they have just released the new Doctor Who toys. Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
So they've just released the new Doctor Who toys. The let's see if I can find it here.
I have literally unfollowed practically everything to do with Doctor Who on Facebook and social media because, regardless of how I feel about the show, I would never attack anyone that would think otherwise. You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion, and I'd see like the official Doctor Who thing on Facebook, and it's not just new fans or old fans; it's both of them going at each other and hammer and tongs. It's like it's a television show. Why are you doing this?
What they've done now, with mainly with the toys, is that they've put them in the worst kind of boxes I've ever seen. Like, they don't look good at all. They're really bad. Like before, there used to be these sort of like fiery red boxes. I'll try to get one for you, see if I can show you what I mean. But
I remember the old boxes because my boys had the TARDIS set and all.
It was the time vortex, wasn't it? Just like this exploding like fire color box. But if I open this up here, I go to this one.
It's not overly exciting, is it?
I mean, what is that?
I'll take it. That was the 10th Doctor and a couple of Sontarans.
No, that's that was the Sontaran set from. That was Harry Sullivan.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, this is what I mean. They've even gone to the classics range now, and then gone and done that.
All right. See, now you've said that's Harry Sullivan. I can see it. I just assumed it was the 10th Doctor. But surely with the classics range, they should have used the Doctor Who logo of the specific time period.
I know. And
that should have been the diamonds with.
But they put them all in these new boxes. Oh, they're terrible. It's and they can't shift them. They can't shift them. I think. Where was it? The I've got a feeling it was somebody like oh God, where's it to? Like the classics range, they can actually sort of they're doing okay. But the new ones, they just aren't shifting. Like the 13th Doctor Jodie figure, is Forbidden Planet, which is an expensive store, £4.99.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Luco's just saying the packaging looks like some cheap Chinese knockoff, and he's not wrong. It does.
But the thing is, like, I mean, this is what I mean. Geordie for £4.99. Patrick Troughton £19.99. What have we got here? We have got Doctor Who Friends of the 13th Doctor collection, £6.80. That's Graham, Ryan, and Yaz in one box.
Who? Graham Ryan and who?
The mystery woman. It's true though.
There's another actress that's sticking with it at the moment who should have got out because of how there's nothing wrong with Mendip Gill at all, but she is being absolutely ruined.
There you go. I'm not making it up.
Man, that's a buy it now as well.
Yeah. And the worst part is that that's not even an original figure. The head is, but the body's not. The body is bloody Martha Jones. It's just a repaint. I mean, that's a bit of a slap in the face if you ask me.
He is a bit, yeah. I think she out of all of them, when you actually think about Miss Gill and her actor, her acting's not terrible, but she's never given anything to do, and then they've given her Martha Jones's body on her figure. I mean, I would have torn my contract up and told them to sod off a long time ago.
I mean, I feel sorry for him, to be honest though, because yeah, I don't know what I would have done.
I mean, could you imagine, right, when like Tosin Cole, not so much Bradley Walsh, because you know he's quite well known, but Tosin Cole wasn't, and she wasn't that well known. Can you imagine, like 4 years ago, like, you know, we're going to be in Doctor Who, and then someone says to them now, "What do you do for a living?" "Oh, I'm in Doctor Who."
Yeah.
You know, it's that kind of thing. I do feel sorry for them because. When I was watching that 5 hour one I was on about, the guy highlighted what they actually gave Ryan to do, and he said Ryan's just basically there to turn up and say, "You what, Doc?" and stuff like that. I'll send you the link later. It's really an interesting look. I mean, he goes in. I know we don't sit on the air for 5 hours, but this video's taken him like 6 months to a year to put together. So it's worth a look.
Again, the good thing with the classic era when you have the 6 episodes for the classic era was the fact that you had time for character development.
Yeah.
Where the current era doesn't, it should be using the Doctor as the vehicle to tell the story, and then writing the characters around the situation. At least, you know, or basing it as a character point for the episode, so you could actually write an episode based upon one of the characters' idiosyncrasies. Whereas what they tend to do now is that they are only using the companions and the secondary characters as allegories for things in episodes, and that's really insufficient because we had one. I mean, looking at like Arachnids in the UK, where they brought in the American, and he was just this allegorical version of Trump, and I was just like, this is not good enough for what you're trying to say. And again, when we had those 2 gay people in Doctor Who, they were there just to be gay. They weren't there to serve any other purpose to the story. They weren't there for anything other than just to be there to tick a box. And it's frustrating more than anything else, because even with Time Monster, we had that woman keep drawing up sort of feminist stuff throughout, but it was never with viciousness. or dictatorial stuff. She wasn't trying to put people in their place. And anytime that sort of cropped up, it was instantly knocked back down again. So it was there, but it wasn't really sort of it wasn't heavy-handed with it, you know.
No, because that's the thing. It's got unless it's got something in particular to do with the story. It's like I said earlier. I don't care whether the doctor's gay, whether the doctor's a woman, whether he's black, white, rich, poor, whatever. I've got no interest in that. I'm interested in whether he's the doctor. Because it doesn't matter if he's black, female, he's Gallifreyan, he's not even from this planet, so it's irrelevant. You know what I mean? You know, the Doctor doesn't come from one of the continents on Earth, so it really doesn't matter what they do with him or her, but just write the Doctor as the Doctor. I don't care if the Doctor fancies men or women. That's not what the show's about. It's not. It doesn't matter.
Again, it's irrelevant to the story. It's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter what you're willing to go to bed with. I don't care. I'm not interested. I'm not watching it for that. You know, it's a total byproduct. I don't get the need to broadcast sexuality. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like I do remember this is years and years and years ago. Because somebody was talking to Sylvester Stallone about how to write and direct characters and story and all that, because people forget that he is an Academy Award winner for these things, and he himself has led the sort of charge on independent filmmaking and has made it Hollywood mainstream. But somebody was talking to him about characterization and happened to mention would he ever consider playing a gay character? And he said, did you watch First Blood? And he said, yeah. And he said, well, what if I told you Rambo was gay in it? I was like, well, he didn't assume gay. He said, well, you didn't say that he wasn't. It's completely irrelevant to the story. Unless you're going to tell a story that's specifically about a gay person, what are you going to say about it? If you're going to say that everybody's equal, everybody's the same, everybody's, able to masters of their own destiny, then,
which is what you should be able to say.
Then the sexuality is irrelevant, and that's what he was getting at, was the fact that you can watch First Blood and say, oh well, Rambo's heterosexual, but you can also watch it and go, well, maybe he's homosexual. It's not relevant to the bloody story. I mean, that's what he was getting at, and he's right. It's you don't have to, unless you're gonna have him, walking around in a feather boa and camping it up like a Vegas act. It's just not relevant at all, and even then that's not relevant. So, what is the point of it? Like, people talk about demographics and that all the time, and we've talked about this before with representation. What is fair representation? Like, if you break down the actual demographic of the viewing audience, you couldn't possibly have more than 15,000 people complain about non-representation, because in terms of something like that's non-binary, there's less than 14,000 members of the British public that class themselves as non-binary. So if you're getting more complaints of that, then obviously there's more people being offended on behalf of other people, as opposed to the actual demographic. Like, if you break it down, if you look at 66.7 million people in the UK, 3% are black, so that's 2 million people. You got 2% then that are Indian. You got, and then when it comes to the gay population, it's something like it's not a huge number. It's something like 2.2 million. And then when it comes to the non-binary transgender stuff, it drops even. It's even a lower percentage of that again of the LGBTQ community. And then when you come to the non-binary, it's even a lower percentage of that. I mean, you can take everybody from sort of that part of the demographic, and you can put them in a football stadium with 50,000 seats spare. So when we talk about representation on TV for these sorts of characters, not a problem. It's not an issue. But the fact of the matter is, you know, the only people that are complaining about this are the people who are making the programs. Because the people that are watching it aren't watching it for that. They're watching it for the enjoyment of the show.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's been like that for ages though, isn't it? There's always someone that will moan about something that someone should have done this and someone should have done that, and then they'll change it. And normally the first people that will complain about it is the demographic they're trying to aim for, because that's not why they started watching it in the first
They usually
place.
get it wrong anyway, because instead of they don't see. I've explained this to a couple of people before when we were talking about the actual how representation works. And representation doesn't work through skin color or gender. Representation comes through character identification. If you can identify, if you can relate to what somebody's going through, that's representation of the public. That's what it is. You don't have to be the same color. You don't have to be the same gender. If you can relate to a situation that a character is in, like say you were afraid of flying, and they did a film, and there's this woman, she gets on the plane and she's absolutely bricking them, and somebody's there, trying to put them at ease. Suddenly you can identify with that woman. You don't have to, you don't have to wear a bra. You can if you want to. I'm not stopping you. But that's how identifying and relating to characters works. Having somebody show up just because, if that's the case, what about the people who grew up in the 90s? Well, suddenly we're going to have people on screen wearing bloody shell suits. Because otherwise people from the 90s can't identify with that. It's nonsense. Like, we've all been angry. None of us are 7-foot green hulking monsters that go bounding down the street crushing stuff. But we can relate to that. We can relate to feeling so angry that you just want to smash shit up. But none of us are green. But we can all relate. And it's the same with all, if you're going to write these characters for relationship purposes, then it doesn't matter they've got representation wrong. Diversity, yes, I can understand having a diverse cast. I can absolutely understand that. We live in a diverse culture, a diverse population. But to me, that's never been really that much of an issue anyway. Particularly from the 80s onwards. In the 70s, but it was, again, look at what the culture was in the 70s, and look at the actual migrant population of the UK in the 70s, and if you were looking at 3% of the population now being black, well, imagine what it was back then. It was probably like 1%. So it's if you go anywhere. Like, if you were to go to, say, Spain on holiday, you can't imagine knocking the TV on and seeing, an English person on Spanish TV. Because you'd be like, well, why aren't the British being represented here? I'm only in the middle of another country, in Spain. What are they on about? These people are talking nonsense. At the end of the day, what people want is good writing, good stories, fun, more than anything else.
And characters they can relate to, as you said.
And not being challenged about their politics. That's another thing as well, is the fact that in this day and age, people are being challenged for their belief system and their politics, when it doesn't matter if you're leftist, rightist, centrist. It doesn't make it. No TV show should be saying, this is what you should think. and that's the current state of usually TV is a bit more up to speed. Hollywood is always 10 years behind, due to the nature of how they make things in Hollywood. Usually it takes 4 to 5 years to get something off the page into a studio to get off the ground, and then 2 to 3 years for that. So it's usually a decade by the time that hits the cinema. So it's normally 10 years behind. So, but TV's a bit more up to speed. But again, there's no real need for it, because unless you are watching a political show. But even then, I mean, like I would say, like if you were to watch it, like Yes Minister. Yeah, it was a show about politics, but it still wasn't dictatorial. I mean, this is a show that's literally set in Westminster.
Yeah, I mean, you could go as far as saying the New Statesman of Rick Mell. That basically painted all politicians as wrong uns, which ain't far off the truth.
But that's what I mean, though. But it's more about the characters and not about telling people what they should think. And it's, you know, I like it when people come up with something and say something that is not in line with the way that I think, because it's good. It's good to have somebody else's point of view, because it makes you go, oh, maybe I am wrong. Maybe I've got that wrong. You know, maybe I should sort of take another look at this.
Well, yeah, you want it to ask you questions so you can come up with your own answers. You don't want it put in front of you saying, no, you're wrong. This is what you should actually think.
Yeah.
That's not, and that's what's been missing from things like the more recent Star Trek shows. Is it's all basically pinned out for you to read what's going on, whereas old episodes of Star Trek, be it from the original right up to Enterprise even, and some of the films, it's like there's things left for you to come to your own conclusions and to think about. Well, the new Trek, especially Discovery, gives you nothing to think about. It's all basically put on the screen for you. It doesn't, and that's why I stopped watching it, because it's like, well, I can't make my own mind up with this. I'm being told what to think.
I'm hopeful that the new series of Picard, given that I saw the recent trailer with the new series of Picard, I'm hopeful that is gonna be a little bit more out there. I'm hopeful because they introduced Q, it brought Q back into it. I'm kind of like, I'm hoping that this is going to be a little bit more all over the place. And I like that. I like that idea of actually making things a little bit more messy.
Well, time will tell on that one. I mean, I didn't mind the first series; it was all right. But
can't make any better than Discovery.
Well, so
I could sit with Picard.
I found a dead slug under a stone the other day, Carwin. That was better than fucking Discovery. There you go. I've F-bombed now.
Again, I've been talking about things like the original series. Again, high-end concepts, things like Charlie X. A bit more of a high-end thing. I mean, the Doomsday Machine. Imagine seeing that for the first time. There is this planet-killing machine that is bigger than anything you can imagine. Like, it was difficult to even put that on screen, because the Enterprise was like this big and this thing's ginormous, and it was it was a planet killer. It was just, I know they were trying to use it as an allegory for things like the atom bomb and stuff like that. They even mentioned it in the episode, but it was just such a big idea that it's something that's completely missing today. They've got, we've got this blob in space now that can kill stuff. Doomsday Machine is my favorite episode of Star Trek. It's my favorite episode of Star Trek. Of the original series, I mean, Doomsday Machine is good. I think I'd have to go with Balance of Terror for me personally.
I'd find it hard to choose between Balance of Terror, The Doomsday Machine, City on the Edge of Forever, and Mirror Mirror. I'm not going to pick. I couldn't.
Well, again, DC Fontana for City on the Edge of Forever, passed away this year as well. Bless. Yeah, City on the Edge of Forever. It's a different type of story, though, isn't it? It's a really good. I mean, it's good. Nobody's going to dispute that. It's probably the best written Star Trek episode. Doomsday Machine, though, is the one that makes me think, why the hell didn't they make that into a movie? Like, why haven't they done a movie version of Doomsday Machine? It'd be like bloody Independence Day. Just this colossal, leave it less sophisticated. You can write stories about the characters and put that all in there, but use that just as the looming doom, and that would be fantastic to see. Huge budget on that. I would. That would actually bring Star Trek back. I think to actually, because the movies, the 09 onwards movies, I remember I watched Star Trek Beyond in a cinema in Kowloon. It is a complex called the One Cinema, and it's it was on like 29th floor, so when the cinema was on, and I came out of that cinema and I was absolutely you just have football now. There's nothing compared to what I did when I walked out of that cinema. I was like, there's so how wrong this movie is when the photograph of Star Trek 5's cast makes you go, I wish I was watching that.
I quite like Star Trek 5.
I know, but you shouldn't be sitting and watching a Star Trek film thinking about Star Trek 5.
I saw the first one of them at the cinema, and I was kind of sucked in just for a bit because I thought some of the casting was genius. I mean, Zachary Quinto as Spock was perfect, but I bought the Steelbox Blu-ray when it came out, and then I watched it again, and I was like, I remember this being better than that. And I watched it again since. And it's like, I doubt I'll ever watch this again.
I mean, the fact they got angry Spock. I mean, that just, what are you doing? And then they tried making Spock into the superhero of the film, and then they did the same again then with Into Darkness. And then what pissed me off with Star Trek Beyond was that they had no ending for the film. The aliens couldn't be aliens; they had to be humans. The weapon that they had wasn't as good as the weapon that they already had, which was this big sort of Doomsday Machine weapon, which was not as good as the one that Idris Elba was already using. And then they beat them using the ending from Mars Attacks, and I'm like, what is this shit?
I've only ever seen the first one. I've never seen any of the others.
Oh no!
I would have watched one if
the ending to Star Trek Beyond is Mars Attacks. You know how in Mars Attacks, where they start playing the yodeling music and it defeats the aliens?
Yeah.
That's Star Trek Beyond.
Oh, bloody hell. See, now I would have tuned in if it had come around and Tarantino had been able to make a Star Trek movie. I'd have watched that.
I think he's still trying. I think he is still trying to make a Star Trek movie.
The best thing they can do with Star Trek to save it is get the current series out of the way, then give the whole lot to Seth MacFarlane and just say have a go, because there's no way he can do any worse. And I think the Orville was vastly better than the current episodes of Star Trek.
You know how bad something has gone when you've got somebody like Nicholas Meyer, who is undoubtedly one of the best writer-directors that's out there, and he's on board for doing Discovery, and then leaves 4 episodes into production without doing hardly anything because it's not going the way he thinks it should go. I mean, if you've got Nick Meyer on tap and you aren't listening to that, you've got problems. Brian Fuller left as well. Gone. you know, what the hell are you doing? I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, literally, you're talking about, you know, Nick Meyer, Star Trek 2, Star Trek 4, Star Trek 6. I mean, surely you can see the pattern there. It's not hard, is it? You know, you haven't got to look that deep. And same, you know, you look at Brian Fuller's past record. You know, why wouldn't you be spending more time, you know, listening to what this person has to say? I mean, not all his episodes landed with me, but you know, he done well enough. You know, I know a lot of people were. Again, if I'm going to be in charge of Star Trek, I'm going to say turn it over back to Manny Koto. Give it to Manny Koto and just sit back and relax and watch. Because I thought the season 4 of Enterprise was absolutely kick-ass. I was never a fan of Enterprise until season 4.
Apart from the last episode, obviously.
Again, that was written by Brandon Braga and Rick Berman. So that was a middle finger to the fans as far as I'm concerned. That's why, as far as I'm concerned, Terra Prime Part 2 is the end of Enterprise. That's really all I got to say there. I'll stick with the motion picture. Yeah.
Star Trek, the motion picture.
Yes.
He means there. I'm assuming. Yeah. Good
Good
film.
Pacey though. I mean, there's an edit there that they could have done.
I quite like it as a slow moving thinking film.
I like the long films. I do like the fact that, you know, you've paid your money and you're getting your money's worth visually, and everything that they put into Star Trek the motion picture is on the screen. The Enterprise has never looked that good, and it's still it's never looked that good. Like that model was absolutely pristine, and the only reason why it doesn't look that good in the rest of the films is because ILM took over the effects for Star Trek, and they had no idea how to film it, because every time they tried to film it, it kept bleeding light everywhere because they couldn't light it properly. They had to repaint the model to sort of dab it down, because all the rainbow colours all over the Enterprise was just throwing them off. Which, you know, again, I've said before about ILM. You know, they're great for doing the big blockbuster stuff. They're not really good at doing great visual effects, though. You know, you want great visual effects? Go to somebody like Rhythm and Hughes. Rhythm and Hughes will deliver you the best visual effects you've ever seen. ILM will do big blockbuster stuff, but it'll be a lot of it, not necessarily to the best quality. You know, they are the big effects house, but they are. It's like going to Asda. You know.
Yeah, I think even Weta have overtaken ILM there in terms of quality.
I mean, Weta. I don't know. It's much in terms of effects. In terms of photography and miniature photography and things like that, the quality, yes. But I mean, like, it's always been the same thing, though. I mean, Boss Film was a better effects house than ILM. Because you know, ILM was the big go-to company, but they would deliver the big budget, big spectacle visual effects, but not necessarily the best quality visual effects. Whereas, again, Boss Film, Rhythm and Hughes, Weta, people like that, they were a bit more focused on dialing in on getting something to look as good as possible. Yeah, I mean, you got your money's worth from ILM, that's for sure. But you find that today, though. You will find that today with even all the big budget films that we have today, is the fact that people pour a load of crap in. I watched. Have you seen Godzilla King of Monsters?
No.
Wow, that's a lot of visual effects in that. Just destruction porn everywhere. and it's there's a lot of it. There is a lot of it. You don't see that much of anything. Just a lot of it. Just you know, you don't. The stuff that they do whereby it's like, this is a cool shot, this is a cool shot, this is a cool shot, and they cram out it, but there's no narrative to it. There's no you're going from, you're following, like, you don't follow Godzilla from this point to this point to this point to this point. It kind of just keeps cutting back and forth to cool shot after cool shot after cool shot. And
Was that made by Michael Bay by any chance?
I wish it was, because you'd have actually seen the fight. Only the Japanese can make Godzilla films. Yeah, I mean, final war was brilliant. I enjoyed that. But it again, I talking about cheap films. You know, before things like Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus. You got Mega Shark versus a Giant Octopus. That's what you got. It was you got to see it. Whereas even with the last Godzilla film, you didn't get really to see the fight. I couldn't tell you what. I know Godzilla got pinned down a few times. I know that some of the other monsters that were involved, Mothra, and that got, got involved. But you didn't get to see. There was no choreograph into the fight. You didn't get to see any back and forth. It was, now he's got the upper hand, now he's got the upper hand, now he's got the upper hand. But you never saw it happen. You only saw those bits of one having the upper hand. You never saw him sort of tussling. Which is why everybody wants to see out of a Godzilla film. You do get these moments of, oh my god, my daughter's heartbroken now, and you're like, why is this a thing? I mean, why is this even in here? I don't care. Show the big lizard guy fighting the big dinosaur guy. I mean, that's what you're after. So, but again, yeah, even then, in films like that, the effect shots are just loaded effect shots, and yeah, they're not showing you anything new. They're not giving you anything that you haven't seen a million times before.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I mean, out of all the films I've seen that have been made in the last 20 years, I think the only films I've really can say I enjoyed was 1917, because I like the way that was put together, and
Derek Medding shot that, I think.
I'm not sure. And I quite enjoyed the Chris Pratt, Jennifer Lawrence film, Passengers. I thought that was. That's not a bad film. It's predictable, but it's predictable in a good way. It's actually a reasonably good film. But yeah, there's not much that interests me now because they're all boom bang flash. I've got no interest at all in Marvel films. I'd rather watch animated cartoons for superheroes.
The last real sort of gun in it from start to finish, destruction effects sort of lead movie for me is probably Mad Max Fury Road.
I haven't seen that.
Oh my word. That's amazing. That's an amazing film. But that's a film. That's a proper. Oh my word. That's brilliant. I loved that from start to finish.
Well, I haven't watched it, but the only thing is with that, it's not a reboot, is it? They've basically recast. Obviously they can't cast an aging Mel Gibson as Mad Max and expect him to jump about like he did in the 80s. But is it effectively it's Mad Max 4, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's sort of soft reboot, but it's brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. It starts off fast paced and it doesn't slow down. It's just what a brilliant version of Mad Max. It was just, I just loved it. I just sat there.
Luke was saying if you've not seen the blood and chrome version of Fury Road, you've got to. So I'll make a mental note of that then.
It's just a thrill ride. It's a roller coaster thrill ride. There's a there's a bit in the film which it could bounce you out of it if you don't get on board with it then, and it's this little part whereby they go to start chasing after Max, right? They're just gonna start chasing after it, and then it cuts, and it's the guy as they start driving off. He's just on the front of the lorry playing a guitar. And then it cuts to the musical score, and he's playing the musical score to the film. And then as the lorry passes, it goes behind, and the drummers are sitting in the back of the lorry hitting the drums. And you think to yourself, like, this will either bounce you out of the film, and you might think, oh, this is ridiculous, or you're going to watch this and just go, this is the bollocks. This is absolutely it. Like, I know which path I went down. It was just like, this is the best thing I have ever seen. That's amazing stuff. It is really good. Yeah. But anyway, that's gonna do it for us tonight. I think we're gonna have to rate Time Monster before we go. So based upon everything that you've seen tonight, the music improves through Time Monster. The lighting's good. The editing is sharp. The story has its little bits of ups and downs. Again, it's more of a high-end concept. I get that some people wouldn't like it for that, but me personally, I love it. The fact that it wasn't aliens all over again. We had a bit more of a. I will show that comment. We had a good cast. We had some really good-looking sets. Downside is obviously pigeon suit. Some dodgy little effects here and there, but nothing really major. Some dodgy line delivery here and there, and obviously we had the wanky music at the start, but it quickly smoothed out. Oh, I have to think about this. I think I've got a ballpark figure in my head as to where I'm going to score this. Chris, do you want to go first?
I agree with Lucosa. I am going to give it an 8. I thought it was. I thought it had a really solid start. The first 2 episodes really start setting up a story, and then it gets kind of twisted round the Atlantis stuff, and you've got those 2 episodes in the middle where the story crosses from science fiction to science fiction fantasy, but not in a bad way. And then you've got all the Atlantis stuff going on. I thought it was a really good story that you could follow. There was no real techno babble, and it was the little bits you pointed out, like where the master remembered to take that panel out and change the polarity back and put it back in. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 8 out of 10. I'm giving that.
I think I'm gonna put it up. I don't think I'm gonna give it an 8 because again I'm gonna the weird funky stuff that they put in there, like the super speeding car and but it was good that they were playing with stuff. They might not have landed it, but it was good that they were playing it. So I think I'll give it a 7.8. Lucosa's put down he rated the Time Monster at 8. It would be a 7.5 because an extra 0.5 for Ingrid Pitt's cleavage. Man, she was a fine looking woman. She was absolutely, what a body on her. I'm not afraid to show it off either. Just Jesus H. And a good actor as well. By the way, let's not be too one note about this. She actually did have talent. Not just the one that you could see. Yeah, I mean, I think that I give it a 7.8 probably. Because again, pigeon suit. I knew that you knew the second they started going out to focus with it and not filming it properly and introducing these weird effects to try to smudge over it, that it wasn't what they were going for, and they probably couldn't have done anything about it in the edit. If I had to guess what I thought they were gonna do, is that I think that they were gonna bomb the suit with a lot of light, and blow it out on camera, so you couldn't actually, so it just looked like this glowing thing. But I think what happened was the fact that when they came to filming it, they couldn't dial it down enough in the camera for it to blow out the lens. Maybe if they had had much more of a reflective suit, it might have worked. So it would have looked a bit more, you know, like how the suits looked in Superman the movie, you know, the silver Kryptonian suits.
Yeah.
I think that's what maybe they were going for, but they couldn't pull it off. So there are some failures in this. I'll take a point off for the wanky music and pigeon suit, so that's down to 8. I'm going to take off a little bit for some crappy acting here and there that didn't quite get pulled off, and the ridiculous way that they made Bessie look when he went super speed. I know they were trying stuff, but it still looked a bit hokey. So yeah, 7.8 I think. I think that's it, really. Yeah, I think it's a good number though, good score. And I would much rather watch this than bog standard It's Aliens Doctor. At least it's trying to push your thinking on how big and how expansive the Doctor Who universe can be. So yeah, and next week we're doing the 3 Doctors, I do believe.
Yes.
Yes, it's the 3 Doctors. Looking forward to that.
I am. I'm hoping I don't have an adverse reaction to a certain injection, so I can be here for that. Because I'm not here. I'm not here the week after. So
yeah, again, my second injection was not good. That's why we weren't here last week. Was because the reaction I had after my second jab was well, it was a reaction. I had swelling under my arm. I had chills. I had aches and pains. I had nausea, and it got worse from there. So
were your chills multiplying by any chance?
Oh yes, they were. Yes.
Sorry.
And I was losing control of my bowels. Yes, it was not a pleasant experience, but there you are, got through it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the 3 Doctors. It's not the best. Oh, I mean, maybe we should leave this for next week. I think we'll actually get down to doing it, but what do I say?
At least I can say I've seen this one before.
I think that the 3 Doctors could have probably have done with a bit, given that it was the 10th anniversary. I think it could have done with a bit more budget to it and gone a bit more broad. Whereas what we ended up with was a very studio-bound BBC-looking show. That's the big grind for the 3 Doctors with me, I think. But yeah, that's it for next week, I think. Hope you've enjoyed this. I've had a good time.
Yep, I have, mate. Very good.
Give us a thumbs up. And yeah, we'll go do the 3 Doctors next week. Take care.
See you later.